I feel the level is much higher than 2020, so I have to be very calm and push a lot to be on top. Like in Buriram I struggle a lot, but in Sepang we can make it 2 good races, so I try to keep this pace. But the level, competitiveness is much higher, yes. Yes, Harushi is a really young, talented rider, very fast, and especially here in Sugo I think he knows the track very well. So for me I have to learn the track. Sakwan is always fast, and also my teammates sometimes wake up in the races, so I think there are really good and strong riders. Yeah, Sepang I like a lot. I know very well the track, and I also had my best positions in World Superbike there. And Buriram for me was difficult, mostly because it was the first race for me with the team, with the bike, with a new bike, and especially with this tire. So we had no test before, not really much, so it was a little bit difficult to be on top. On the practices it was okay, but on the races we struggled with the tire pressure for all the race, so in the end I cannot do the pace like the first. But we made some adaptations and now I feel strong. The layout is very nice, and I also like Malaysia, the heat and the I'm from Germany, it's very cold and not humid, but for me this is a special place in Sepang, and the layout, like I say, the fluent riding is so cool, and I like the hard braking areas as well. I don't know, but I'm faster. We are strong on the straight with the new aero package. The engine and the aerodynamic is very good. And the rest of the bike for me has been not changing so much, but for sure the braking entry, this bike is still top. But we miss on the exit a little bit, and the rideability could be better, but we work on this. And the rest of the bike is possible to win races and win championship. The most I do is endurance racing, so I ride a lot in the European races. We test a lot, so the biggest part for me I think is on the bike. But when I'm at home, normally I train a lot on some off-road bikes, but in this moment in the year in Germany it was too cold until now to train, so I work a lot in my garage, and I think the technical side is also very important, and for sure some fitness training. But I have to be honest, I'm not a super fit guy, but I feel good on the bike. This is the most important. I think Sugo will be nice for me. I like the layout so far as I see on the onboard, but I've never been here, so I have to learn very quickly. And I think together with the team we can be competitive. But first of all I have to say the layout is nice, and I think we can do good here. I have to be honest, if I close the visor, for me the stress is gone. I feel free. On the bike it's the most, or the nicest part of the job. So until there is more stressful than on the bike for me. I work a lot in my garage on two-stroke bikes. So I build exhaust pipes, working on cylinders, and do a lot for work for customers. So this is my hobby and also my second, yeah. Hallo deutsche Fans, schaltet ein zu uns auf Asien. Wir sind in Sugo, dritter Lauf zur asiatischen Meisterschaft. Ich gebe Vollgas, bis bald.
From last year I was learned a lot, because in 2020 I completely stopped and try to rest and try to go again on the bike. So little bit struggle last year that I still need to find the balance between me and bike, and in the some circuit I can go quite positive, but at the same time in the different circuit I go not quite positive. So the last year I learned a lot more about the riding and understand the bike, the circuit, and try to be smooth on the bike. And for this year, I changed. I think I changed a lot compared to last year. So basically, I changed all my mind and try to be calm and don't go like too much on the limit. So when I manage this thing, and from start the season in the pre-season test was quite positive, and then also in the race first round was quite positive also in Sepang. So I'm quite happy with myself. Also I do some training at home with the gym and running and some cycling. So this thing helped me a lot. Yes, I think not only us want to win. I think all the riders want to win the race. So like always, I always try my best, and let's see what can I do. So for me it's more like you know, when something didn't work, it's quite difficult, but everything go quite positive, and everything going to be easy. So for me, I just try my best. If I cannot win, so I think we have a lot of round to try again. So this circuit for me, I think it's quite technical, because have a lot of chicane corner and also small curve. And last year I was quite struggle a lot, and I didn't find my pace, and I didn't find the best lap time here. So basically we have a test here last month, I think, and it's quite positive. Also I improved a lot compared than last year, and that is very positive to start the weekend here.
My challenge in RRC is I have new bike and some new circuit for me, and new team also. My experience in Asia Talent Cup, some circuit like Sepang, I race in Sepang, and in RRC I race again in Sepang. Yes, I think yes, I can quick learner in new circuit. The bike is different, but AP250 I can practice in home with this bike, and I can more quickly adaptation with. I just doing like normal rider. I just practice bike practice, and sometimes motocross or flat track. Yes, I so excited for this circuit because Sugo have uphill and downhill, so very technical, like Sepang have speed, corner speed. Yes, I think I will try tomorrow. Ya, jangan lupa tonton saya besok balapan di minggu ini di Sugo, dan dukung saya dan juga teman-teman saya di balapan minggu ini.
Ada pertama kali saya race di Sepang. Race 1 agak fight daripada first and 24 dan banyak yang fighting bertukar-tukar daripada race 1 tu, dan ada satu kejadian jatuh besar di last turn dan saya pun sekali jatuh. So saya naikkan motor juga untuk finishkan nombor 10. Dan pada race 2 saya fikir macam mana untuk menaiki podium, dan mungkin ialah rezeki saya dapat menaiki podium nombor 1, dan banyak juga strategi saya cuba buat, dan mekanik pun dah membuatkan saya gameplay yang baik dan ramai sokongan tim, dan saya terima kasihlah pada mekanik. Strategi saya selalunya saya akan tengok balik pada YouTube race yang lepas pada tahun lepas, dan kita tak boleh tengok yang sama strategi yang sama. So kita kena fikir rider ni macam mana gaya dia bawa, dan macam mana kita akan overtake dia the last corner, dan banyak kita akan strategi untuk study untuk rider by rider bawa. So ada pun fight yang paling orang kata big fight lah. Kita tak tahu siapa yang menang, nombor 1 atau nombor last. Kemungkinan nombor last pun boleh jadi nombor 1, yang nombor 1 boleh jadi nombor last. So bagi saya, kita kena fikir macam mana untuk nak keluar lagi 2 lap nak habis tu. Keluar kelompok yang untuk pergi ke nombor pertama. Itulah. Dan strategi saya bukan saya je, tapi mungkin saya punya motor pun kena strong juga untuk boleh pergi saya untuk menaiki podium.
The biggest difference is for me is the layout of track, because Sepang is my home ground, so maybe it's similar for me to racing there. And yeah, for me Sepang is one of my favorite tracks, so it's more easy for me to keep up the other rider with my favorite track, and it's easy for me also to set up the bike. Compared to AP250 bike that I rode before, I think the bike is more stable, and what I like the most is the top of the bike, the power. Is more powerful than AP250 bike, maybe because it uses a single cylinder and it's more cc on the bike. And other than that, I think maybe the grip, the bike grip level is really good. And yeah, I think the biggest difference is the stability of the bike. Hai, kepada orang Malaysia, jangan lupa support saya dan Ramdan Rosli juga yang berlumba di TVS One Make Challenge di pusingan 3 di Japan pada minggu ni. So jangan lupa support juga rider yang lain, tim-tim Malaysia yang lain. So kita orang harapkan sokongan korang, tak kira lah dekat mana pun korang berada. Janji korang always support kita orang di media sosial ke apa ke. And yeah, jangan lupa saksikan kami berlumba pada minggu ni.
Yeah, my last month I joined the All Japan Road Race. So practice was good feeling, but so race and temperature is very up, yeah, very hot. So very difficult to race, yeah. But this race, so I will do my best. Yeah, I want to get the podium. Yeah, thank you.
いや、初めてです。日本の、日本ラウンドに出ることがかなりすごく光栄で、日本のファンの皆の前でレースできることがすごく嬉しいし、いい結果で終われたらいいなと思います。やっぱり家族も、スポンサーもの皆さんも見てるので、みんなが楽しいレースができるよう頑張ります。多分 YouTube でレースを見てくれてると思うので、表彰台に乗れるように頑張ります。
Yes, last month I could get the podium, fourth and first in All Japan Championship Sugo. That time I have a good feeling and good pace and good one lap time. But yeah, this race very different because All Japan use Bridgestone tire, but here Dunlop slick tire. It's for me first time, but I'm very exciting this round. I know this track, I like this track, so yes, I will do my best, but I don't know, but I try.
Yeah, it's quite interesting in the round 2 race. Actually, I want to my aim is want to win the race in this round 2, but yeah, I feel not so good in the bike also. Yeah, quite struggle in the race, and yeah, when I saw in the race we have a lot of battle P2 because Marcus is so fast in the race, so we cannot fight with the pace. But when I saw we better in the P2 and yeah, quite aggressive, and actually I also surprised. This time I never try more aggressive than before, but yeah, this is racing. Sometimes we too adrenaline, how to say, but I'm too excited to give the fight. And yeah, when I saw Haruki and Azdan was big fight, and I try. Yeah, difficult to say, but sometimes it's a big sometimes a little touch. Yeah, I hope yeah we have a good I don't know how to say. Yeah, we have good competitor, and hopefully we try our best. For sure, for our team, we want to try our best for make a good result, and yeah, this racing. It was not my favorite track actually, and a difficult track for me because this I think the most technical track because always short straight and many corner, and in difficult corner is the last turn is quite difficult. But when I have last time I raced in the All Japan, we have improved a lot, and I have a good feeling with this track, and hopefully this race Asia Road Racing I have a bit I think I have more confidence than before. Hopefully we have a good feeling.
I started a new challenge for this season because I'm the retired from last year, but I watched in the 2 rounds the other rider, and so everyone very fast. But I think I can move. I can fighting with them. So I'm so happy to back into this place. And yeah, of course, everyone the big rival for me, but especially the Zach one and
Azram because they were long time rival for me, and especially Zakwan. Zakwan and Azram, and friend, the big friend for me, but the big rival on the track. So I'm looking forward to the fighting with them.
Yeah, this year it's been an amazing year because I get to use the new model. It's a M spec, so the bike is completely different feeling with the old bike, and yeah, he helps me a lot this year, and I start to enjoy the bike, and the race also was fun, and I get to fight with everybody and give them a really good fight for the podium, and yeah, I think this year is going to be a great year for me. I've been to this circuit, I think, a few times already. I've been racing in all Japan. So yeah, it's technical, and for me it's fun. Just I need to have a good setup, and it will be fun.
Yes, I raced in ORBIC Superbike. In ORBIC Superbike, there is only Thai rider, but ARC, there are many nationality and many competitive riders. It was our first time to me to race ASB 1000 in ARC at Sepang, and I need to learn how to riding in the new track with 1000 as fast as possible. In Sugo circuit, there are many types of corner, and I will try to adjust my riding style to what to match with this track.
During race 2, we fight together again like race 1, but only I didn't manage to finish the race because of the tire was blown out. After that, I talked to my mechanic and also Dunlop people. They also don't know why the tire exploded. So I think maybe the answer is just no luck to me, and I had to accept the race. Maybe, not maybe, but of course my teammate Kip and also help me because we three of us are very strong since Thailand and also Sepang. So I think we maybe we continue the result and also maintaining the position until the finishing of the season. So I think Kip is one of the strongest rider in this year, I think.
everybody, good morning and happy Friday. Konnichiwa minasan, watashi wa Yurina desu. Yoroshiku onegaishimasu. Welcome to round 3 of FIM IDEMITSU Asia Road Racing Championship. We are at Sportsland Sugo circuit, this time around all the way in the northeast of Japan. The very first set of riders heading out on the track today will be the AP 250 class, led by Riza Danika Aarons, who is taking the title chase. Aldi Satya set the lap record last year at 141.212. Let's see who will set a new track record this time around. But for now, stay tuned. Don't miss out on all of the action on our Facebook and YouTube. Sugo, here we go. Barry, I believe the microphone is yours now.
And a very warm welcome from the commentary box. This is Barry Russell with you today. A very warm welcome to all our friends joining us on YouTube and Facebook. We are thrilled to be back at Sugo. We had a fantastic round 3 last year. This is a real riders circuit. We'll be having a look at it in a moment, because we're about to go with the first session of the day, which is the AP 250, as Yulina was saying. Now, we do have a lap record in the 141s. What's different this year is that these bikes are running on slicks, whereas they were running on hybrid road race tyres last year. So there's a very good chance that those lap times will come down. And then you've got, of course, the riders are getting a little bit better, the machinery is getting a little bit better as well. It's pretty cool here at Sugo this morning, around about 20 degrees air temperature. The track's quite cool. There are a few damp patches out on the circuit that you'll be able to see as we get onto the track. But what we can look forward to with Sugo as we pan out and take a look at this stunning location in the mountains here. So just pan out and take a look at the track there. There's the East NJT team, Thai-based team, close collaboration with the official factory-backed Thai Honda team. They're ready to go with the traditional prayer before they go there from Warit, Tongno Pakun. And going out alongside with him is Lee Ruyung, the rider from Taiwan. And so we are go at Sugo. So as these bikes go around, we'll be able to take a look at the track conditions. What you've got here, this is a 3.6 kilometer circuit. It's got a shortish straight at 704 meters. It's technical. A lot of people like to speak of it as a, quote, real riders circuit. People getting ready here. There is the number 41 machine of Irfan Haikal. Okay. So they wind out onto the circuit for an exploratory warm-up lap. It is the East machines out first. So the first machine's out on track. We've got the Thai riders coming out now. Is the number 54 machine, one of the most exciting riders in the class this year, Vida Ega Pratama for Astra Honda, the latest hugely talented rider to come through this system. You can see there the track does look a little bit damp. The forecast today is cloudy, no rain forecast, but we'll see in this mountain location. Could be in for one or two surprises with the weather. That's Nguyen Duc Tan on your screen there from Honda Racing Vietnam. Right, while the riders are warming up, I think we're going to go down and talk to the Honda Racing India manager. Just stay there for a moment with the Vietnamese rider Nguyen Duc Tan. Bike at the front of those three there is the very distinctive and very well known 1, 2, 3 of the championship leader Reza Danica Arens from Astra Honda, of course, leading the championship by 18 points from his teammate Vida Egger, who we were talking about earlier, and his other teammate Hurjanatna Firdaus. Hurjan now in his second full season in the AP250 class for Astra Honda. And doing really well. As I recall, it was at this race last year that Hurjan really started to make his presence felt. We had a wet race 1, which many of you, well, if you saw it, you would never forget it. And the results were all over the place, but we had a dry race on the Sunday, and Hurjan came in third on that occasion. Coming into shot there, number 89, Sheen. We do have a couple of wild cards in this class. Just going through there, number 44, and looking behind her was Mukladar Serapuch, the very well-known and very popular Thai rider. She knows this circuit well. She's been racing here last season, and indeed this season. She's raced, we saw her on Supersport 600 last year. The number 11 bike is Mukladar's teammate, Tanat Long Pliao. Just looking at the Victor Racing machine there of Ni Tian, Chinese rider in this class. Always good to see a Chinese rider. We will be in China in just a few months' time, at the beginning of November, in fact. There's another very well-known campaigner, another Vietnamese rider here, and the one that has led his countrymen into this class. That is, of course, Cal Vietnam. So just looking there at one of the Honda India team, waiting for their riders to come round. Reza Danica having a look there at the back of Kevin Sama Quintals. We're just going to go down for an interview in pit lane with Yelena.
Well, Welcome back, everybody. I am standing right here in the pit with Honda Racing India's team manager, Mr. Mishra. We'll just hit you with a couple of questions. So, Mr. Mishra, I believe that you changed the entire lineup for the AP 250 class. Are your two riders, Mohsin and Kavin, riding this time around? And what do you think of their performance?
Yeah, this year we have two new riders. Unfortunately, Mohsin is not with us. He crashed in a domestic event. But yeah, we have high hopes with Kavin Samar Quintal. He's riding in Sugo for the first time. But yeah, he's been practicing hard at Suzuka circuit and in domestic racing event back home. We expect him to be in top 15. Yeah.
Okay, and just the very last question for you will be, I believe that you already have gathered some of the data from this circuit, right? Sugo, being your first time. What is your target for the lap times?
In the wet conditions, we are looking that he might do 155. And in dry conditions, since the tire has been changed from the last year, we expect to do below 140. Yeah.
Great. Thank you so much and good luck to your team. Right, that's all for now. This morning, I am with Honda India Racing team manager, Mr. Mishra. Thank you very much. Right back over to you at the studio, Barry.
Thank you, Yulina, and a bold prediction there from the Indian team manager, talking about lap times below 140 in dry conditions. 155 in wet sounds a bit more reliable time, having had a wet race last year. There is Kavin Samar Quintal, the Honda India rider who is tasked with achieving those times. So let's see, that's a significant drop, 1 or 2 second drop from the lap record. And there is the Dunlop Bridge. So the riders come out of the final chicane, up the hill, under the Dunlop Bridge, and as you can see, just over the finish line there, we're riding there with Irfan Ardiancia. Last year, of course, he was racing in Supersport 600. He's come back to 250s and putting himself very much among the front runners. Riding for the Motor Sniper Manual Tech team, together with Aiki Iyoshi, who had the most mysterious crash perhaps we've ever seen in the Asia Road Racing Championship last year. Hopefully, Yulina, at some point over this weekend, will have a chance to ask him about that. Some lap times now that we are 10 minutes into the session. Let's just have a look at what we are getting now from this slightly damp track. Best time so far from Herjanatna Firdaus, 146.9. Irfan is next best, he's 1.2 seconds behind that. And Toshika Senda behind that, one of the wild cards. Other riders very much feeling their way around at the moment. Idlan Hakimi, 152. Jack Rapat for Thai Honda, 152. He knows his way around here as well. Muktada Sarapuch, I think she's back into the pits. And here's the team. They've got two riders going this year. We've got Chihiro Ishii, if you're looking at there, number 27. And she has a wild card teammate Toshiki Senda, who is showing well early on in this session. And there is your one of the fastest Yamahas there, Ferozi Torakatula, who does carry the flag for Yamaha in this class. Yamaha is a little bit disadvantaged. So we just look there at Herjan coming into the pits. So a few adjustments being made to the Astra Hondas. That's Hurgen's bike. The one next to it, I think, is Fida Egger, but I can't see the number from here. You can see the Astra Honda team nicely decked out in the uniforms, wearing the safety helmets in the pits. And back on track now with the East NJT team and the number 25, a watcher in Tub Timon. Those eyes belong to the passive championship leader, Reza Danica Arens. Watcher in Tub Timon comes across the line. He can expected to be one of the privateers among the front runners. So do watch out for that distinctive white and purple number 25 of Watcherin. Nobody touching Hurgen yet. Muqtada Sarapech, the Thai rider. We're just going to go back down to the pits now. Yelena has somebody else to talk to.
To the EEST NJT racing team from Thailand, and I am with their team manager right now, Mr. Anand. Hello, welcome to Sugo Circuit. What are your expectations for this weekend?
ก็เป็นห่วงเรื่องสภาพอากาศนะครับแล้วก็เรื่องนักแข่งซึ่งทำการซ้อมค่อนข้างน้อยนะครับก็แล้วก็ได้เตรียมรถเตรียมทีมช่างเอาไว้นะครับแล้วก็พยายามจะทำให้ดีที่สุด
He said for this weekend the rider practice there's very less time for practice, and then he's also afraid of the weather because there's different changes during the session, but we have prepared everything already, and we hope we will do our best and try our best to achieve the top goal.
And the very last question that I have for you is, I know that this is your first season in the 250, in the AP 250. So what is the season like for you?
ปีนี้เป็นยังไงบ้างที่เพราะว่าปีนี้เป็นปีแรกของเราที่จะทำรุ่นนี้
ครับปีนี้ก็เป็นปีแรกนะครับที่ทางทีมได้ทำในรุ่น AB 250นะครับก็ตั้งเป้าไว้ว่าอยากจะติดสักท็อปไฟท์อะไรประมาณนี้นะครับ
For our first year, he said it's our very first year and we don't have much knowledge about this class yet, but we will try our best to achieve top 5 in this season.
Thank you very much and good luck. Right, we'll move on to the next team now. Thank you so much to the EEST NJT racing team all the way from Thailand. Back over to you, Barry, in the studio.
Thanks, Yelena, and good to hear from the East NJT team as we stay there with Watcher in Tub Timon. We have and we do have Muqtada Sarapech, the Thai rider, at the top. She is one of several. I don't want to try and count them and get this wrong, but Chihiro Ishii for STG is another one. We also have from Taipei, Lee Ruyun, and we'll focus on them as we go. But big shout for the East NJT team. They came into ARRC running 600s for most of the season, and also Superbike in 1 or 2 rounds. This season they've come in with all guns blazing. They've got 2 really strong, experienced riders here, Watcherin and Jakrapat, and the new rider to this class in this championship, Lee Ruyun from Taipei, as well as being represented in the 600 and Superbike classes as well. The bikes, as you can see from that shot, are really nicely turned out, and they have been competitive with the factory-supported bikes of Thai Honda, and we have a rider off there. That is Ni Tian, the Chinese rider for Victor Racing. He's okay, but he might need a bit of help up that hill to get that bike out of harm's way. So an inauspicious start to free practice 1 for AP250s for the Chinese rider, as we focus in there on the rider at the top of the timing screen at the moment, Mukladar Serapurch. Distinctive yellow 44 and the distinctive green helmet. Easy to spot out on track in this busy class. And for East NJT Racing, Jack Rapat has moved up into second place. Mukladar's time at the top is just under 1:44, and that's 1.7 seconds quicker than Jack Rapat. So it's Mukladar who's pulled the pin first in this session. There's a dry line around most of the circuit now. We're looking at an existing lap record of 1:41, and that should come down as the track dries and the riders on improved bikes and slick tyres, which are new for this year, get faster and faster. So out of the several female riders we have in this class, it is Mukladar who leads the way right now. And she does have the advantage, as I mentioned earlier, of track knowledge at Sugo, having raced in the All Japan Championship. Disappointing start to the season with the DNF. Only one podium so far for Mukladar. So she is down in 7th position on 34 points. So that's 52 behind championship leader Reza Danica. So she'll be looking to repair that this weekend, no doubt. She always gives 100%. She always expects to be at the front and winning. So she's made a really positive start here. Irfan Ardiansio has just started to close in on the time set by Mukladar. He's just over a second outside of her time. And Toshiki Senda holding up well for SDG. We'll see much more of the SDG Harkbro team later this morning as the superbikes come out on track. And they're running together is Cal Vietnam on the Honda versus the Kawasaki of Aiki Iyoshi. Aiki Iyoshi also very quick around here, very unlucky last year, as we mentioned earlier, so he too could do with some good results. He's currently lying in 5th place. Hasn't put himself on the podium yet, but has had 3 5th places. That's Herjan Atna behind him, and Cal Vietnam behind him. Both those two on the distinctive red Hondas. This used to be very much a red, blue and green class. It's mostly red and green now. Although the colour brought to the class by East NJT is very welcome. And Tana has, for Thai Honda, the number 11, has come up into 2nd place. Mukladar has stretched her advantage at the front. She's now on a 1:42.548. So she's very much got to grips, literally, with the track conditions in this first session. Aiki Iyoshi currently in 8th, Herjan Atna in 9th, We know they can move up there. Beautiful shot of the crest of the hill as they go under the Dunlop Bridge and towards the start line. Here comes Herjun. Herjun, he moves up into 6th, but still just over 2 seconds off the leader of the timing screen at the moment, which is Muqtada Sarapurch. .54, that is Vida Ega Pratama. 16 with a pink helmet. That is Irfan Ardiancia. Herjun goes through with the fiery design on the helmet of that number 46. Every racing class, of course, does have a 46, number 46 in it. Irfan easing off, having a look around. So it looks like he'll be taking a break. There are 6.5 minutes left in this first practice session for the AP 250 class and the first practice session of the day. We've got 14 in all for you coming up today for all classes, and it will include as well as the regular classes. Of course, TVS are here as well. Lots to talk about in that class too. Here comes Irfan through the chicane. The chicane does make things interesting here. That's the, just looking there at the number 89 of Wayu Nugroho for, there he is, we got used to seeing him in underbones, now he's in AP 250s for Yamaha Racing Indonesia. Currently lying in 13th, 5 seconds off the best time set by Muqtada. He comes across to complete another lap now. Slight improvement for him. This could be his first trip to Sugo. It does take quite a bit of learning. It is technical. The elevation changes, camber changes. Fantastic circuit for motorcycle racing. At times here, Jakrapat looks like he's on a fast lap, currently in P4. Irfan getting down to work as well, as is Aiki Yoshi, the number 37, looking for a good result at his home circuit. The SDG wildcard, Toshiki Senda, being pushed down for now to 8th place, but the gap between the top 8 has come down. It's been squashed down to 1.5 seconds. See if Aiki Yoshi can improve. No improvement for him that time around. He's still 3.2 seconds off, sorry, 3 seconds off the pace. And there is Irfan. Irfan pushing on now. He's looking to improve. They've got another couple of laps left, 3 minutes, 45 seconds on the clock before the checkered flag comes out to end the session. Hand up there from Wayu. Sorry, that's not Wayu. Irfan has gone fastest. You could see him pushing on just now. He has jumped to the top of the timing screen, and Herjun has improved as well. They've pushed Muqtada down to P3. So 142.093 for Irfan Ardiancia. You could see him pushing, and it paid off. He's being shadowed there by Kevin Quintal for Honda India. We heard from the manager earlier on. And that's Chihiro Ishii for SDG Hark Pro, the number 27. She's currently on a 145. Home circuit for her as well. And pushing the Indian, and she goes through as they go into that chicane. Tomorrow and Sunday we will see races decided there. But she looks confident on the bike. Chihiro Ishii, and her team rate her very highly, so we're looking for her to improve during the course of the season. So far she's scored once. She's got 4 points in the championship. She has had a DNF as well. But we're staying with the leader of the timing screens currently, Irfan Ardiancia for Motor Sniper Manual Tech. Oh, that nicely decked out in green and red Kawasaki. Irfan was very quick in his previous visit to the AP 250 class, always among the winners and indeed threatening a championship back in 2019. He stepped up to 600s and now he's moved back into 250s and really making his presence felt. He's got Chihiro just behind him. Reza Danica, we haven't seen too much of him, but quietly he's put himself within reach of the best time. Just over a minute remaining before the checkered flag comes out. So the riders going out there are just going to be trying something for the next practice session. Ardiancia, deserving of our attention as they come up to complete another lap. So here comes Irfan. Will he improve this time? Don't think he will, looking at the screen, but he's got another lap to get in. Is he going to push on? He does. He started the lap pretty aggressively. So let's see if he wants to increase his advantage. But Mukladar has shaved half a second off his best time. Mukladar has gone fastest, 1:41.53. And Herjan is in P3 currently, so it's Mukladar, Irfan, Herjan and Reza Danica. But that was a convincing lap. We didn't see it on screen from Mukladar, but that was a very convincing lap of 1:41.5. The track's not in perfect condition, and that's pretty much bang on the best lap time we've seen here for AP 250s. So you can expect that to continue coming down. So that's a good morning's work for Mukladar. The checkered flag is out now, so the riders will need to complete this lap and come into the pits. Fantastic start for Mukladar Serapurch. Great session from Irfan Ardiancia too. And these bikes will be back on track. Going to see them another 2 times today. That's Irfan done. He wasn't pushing on that final lap. He can be satisfied with that. Just 1600ths of a second off the fastest rider. So the first 4 within a second. Reza Danica finished 5th. Reza Danica is carrying a rev cut penalty because of the lead that he has at the top of the championship. There's Mukladar. Good start to round 3 for the Thai rider. 1:41.53. So debrief for crew chief. let's just take another look at the session. Just note one of the Chinese riders, Liang Zi, needs to report to race control after the session. We didn't see any incident with him. Hopefully everything is all right there. Number 54, the exciting Vida Eger comes in. He finished third in that session. One of the wild cards there, that's the 24 machine of Yoshihiro Toyohara. Not quite sure where he's parked there, but anyway, we'll have another look. So here are the results for that session, led by Muqtada Sarapech. Girl Power at number 1, 141.53. Second, Irfan Ardiancia for Motul Sniper Manual Tech. Vida Eger Pratama third. Fourth, Janatna Firdaus. Reza Danica Orange, championship leader in fifth. And sixth, Chakrapat Putisan. Seventh, wildcard Toshiki Senda for SDG Hark Pro. Eighth, Tanat Long Pliao. And the ninth was Idlan Hakimi for IDEMITSU Bunsu Honda. Chihiro Ishii for SDG Hark Pro, good session from her, the best of 144. Aiki Yoshi 11th, 12th, Rosie Torakatula, the best Yamaha. Wayu Nugroho also for Yamaha Racing Indonesia, 13th, 14th, Cal Vietnam, Honda Racing Vietnam, and 15th. Missed that. 16th, Wacharan Tubtimon for East NJT, Kevin Quintal for Honda Racing India, Warit Tongnok Nitian is 19th, 20th Nguyen Duc Tan, 21 Leong Nan Tse, and 22 Louis Chun Mei. 23rd was Irfan Haikord. We didn't see anything of him for Bunsu Honda at 156.7, and there was no time recorded for Li Rui Yun, who may still be out injured. Okay, so Yulina is going to talk to the fastest rider in that session, Muqtada.
Hello everybody, welcome back. What a show that was. We just finished the practice runs with the AP250 class, and we have Muqtada over here from Honda Racing Thailand that clocked a 141.529. Congratulations on P1, Muqtada. How do you feel?
Yeah, I got a feeling in the Sugo circuit, but I think the run the last year in the All Japan. Yes, I learned more run step by step. Yeah, and I think I like the track Sugo, but I think relax, it feel good. Yes.
Can you tell us what is the conditions of the track today?
50% the track condition and rain or die. Yeah, I think the turn one is condition little bit or die. Yes.
But you did so well anyway. I believe that you also have advantage because you raced here you raced here during the All Japan Championship, right? Can you give us a comparison of that?
Big difference. But the last year All Japan the second days, and this year 250. Yes, big difference. But I think the learn step by step for the 250. Yes. And
okay. Sorry. I just wanted to ask you. So, what is your target this time for this track, this round? Yeah.
Target the second day or the 250?
For the 250.
250 first time. Yes, me first time 250 in Sugo. Yes, but
so
yes.
So what is your target?
Target I think 1 minute 9:40 is okay. Yes. But I think for 1 minute 40. But this year the new tire Dunlop slick. Yeah, the last year no slick. Yes, I think the target the 1 minute 40 is okay. Yes.
Thank you so much.
Welcome.
Right, okay, so we're gonna walk over to Irfan Ardiansyah's pit in just a bit, guys, but stay tuned. Barry, microphone's yours now.
Great interview there with Muqtada Serapurch. Fantastic start for her. As she pointed out, she does know this circuit, but it is the first time on a 250. She gave us some useful intelligence about the track condition as well. I think she said it was about... Are we ready with Irfan? She did say that the first turn was a little bit damp. You're braking downhill to come into that, so need to take care there. Luckily we didn't see any crashes in that session. Just looking there at the Motor Sniper pit, just the nose poking out of the side there is number 16 of the second place rider in that session, Irfan Ardiansyah. Let's just take a look at the quick lap from Muqtada. Here she comes. She's just going inside there, Kevin Quintal. That was not her fast lap. She's just taking a look. I think that was probably the end of the end of the session. Just trundling around behind Aiki Iyoshi, in fact. But this CBR 250 RR is actually the 2022 model. Astra Honda and also Honda Racing Vietnam have the latest model. As we go back to pit lane, that's the 1 minute board being held up for the next session, which would be the Supersport 600s. Seems quiet in pit lane right now, as we have just 20 seconds left according to the countdown before these come out. So we'll just wait for a moment to hear from Irfan Ardiansyah. Yelena is just moving in to speak with him. See this busy schedule today. First rider for the 600 just going out on track. I think that was Kito Abe. There are 3 Bunsu Hondas. And we're going to Yelena now.
Joining Irfan Ardiansyah, this time in his pit for Motor Sniper. So Irfan, I know that you've always raced on Hondas, and this time you were on a Kawasaki. How is the bike?
Compare Honda, I think I didn't see many different. I think the chassis, everything almost the same, but maybe I need more time to adapt with this bike. Yes.
I hope you do really well today on the Kawasaki, but then I also wanted to ask you, can you give us a short message to all of your followers in Indonesia?
Yeah, I just want to say that please support me in this RRC, and yeah, I will do my best for them. Yes.
Can you tell it to us in Indonesian, in Bahasa Indonesia?
Halo semuanya. Buat pendukung saya, mohon dukung saya di IRC seri 3 ini. Terima kasih.
Okay, thank you so much, Irfan. Good luck for today. All right, guys, that's it for today. Let's see who we can interview next, but we're also going to kick off the 600s in just a bit. Stay tuned.
And yes, indeed, we are go with the first practice session of the day for the Supersport 600s. As we enjoyed that interview there with a happy-looking Irfan Ardiansyah. Happy riders do tend to go fast, so he's enjoyed himself around here. But we are into the first session of the day for the Supersport 600s. Let's see what they make of the conditions. Lap record here was set last year by the untouchable wildcard that we had here, Kota Arakawa. More of him later. It's the first riders out on circuit go up the hill and under the Dunlop Bridge to complete their warm-up lap. The second of those two Yamahas, the number 56 there, 2018 Supersport 600 champion, Ratapong Willerot. He makes his way around that tricky turn one. Tricky because it's you approach it downhill, so the braking is challenging. And also, as we heard from Mukladar in that interview, so the track's not completely dry there. So a little care needed. That's the number 108. That's the 2022 AP250 champion, Andy Mohammed Fadli. And we just saw there the 222 of Sharjun Tong, Chinese rider for Victor Racing. Just on the outside there. Just behind him is the number 31 machine of Gary Salim. Andy Fadli gets out of the way to let Ratapong go through. Maybe he'll tuck in behind him, or maybe not. Ratapong looks familiar with this track. Of course, he has raced here last year, and I think he's had also had some history in the All Japan Championship as well. A lot of the Thai Yamaha riders historically have raced in Japan, as indeed have the Thai Hondas. So first flying lap for Ratapong, and that was 136.9. Local rider, and he was the first man out on track, was Kito Abe. There he is, number 51. He is currently at the top of the timesheets on a 134. Which is, in these conditions, for a first flying lap, pretty decent. It was his debut in the ARRC at this round, round 3 at Sugo last year, and he picked up a podium in race 2. So that was a good debut from him. The rest of the season, not so much, but he looks confident here, sliding the rear, turning the bike with the rear into that left-hander. So there goes Kito Abe. He's got a 132.1 now. And also showing with decent time so far, Motoharu Ito. 0.9 of a second behind, but very confident and aggressive looking Kito Abe there for 1XOX TKKR. As we take another look, he really means it. Look at the body language as he gets off the bike to haul it into the chicane. Banks it over to the left, blasts it up the hill. Let's see if there's an improvement on his time. Wouldn't be surprised to see that time improving. Take a look. No improvement for him that time. But Kito Abe really pushing. Galahendra Pratama, number 99, another one of the really experienced, really high quality riders in this class. He's current. Okay, and we're going down to Yelena now.
are out there right now having their practice sessions. And I'm here in Yamaha Racing Indonesia's pit with Mr. Wayu, their team manager. So hello, Mr. Wayu, welcome to Sportsland Sugo Circuit. I believe that Galang is one of your riders, and he struggled quite a bit in round 1 and round 2. Can you comment on that?
Yes, for the Galang, a little bit have difficulties for the Galang, but this year round, for the Sugo, last year we have a good result for the Galang. We are optimistic and then confident to have a good result in this weekend.
Good. I believe that you also have Andi Fadli, a new rider of yours in the 600 class. So, do you think that he's adapting well to the bike?
Yes. After 2 rounds, now we are confident that Andi will be able to grow up, and then we have a test last month in here. We are positively to get the best result in this weekend.
Right, thank you so much, and I also hope we see improvements on your team this weekend. That's it, guys. That's Mr. Wahyu, the team manager for Yamaha Racing Indonesia. We'll move on right to the next pit, and we'll see who to interview next.
So, thanks to you, Lena. We are back with Galang Hendra, who's just blasting his way through the chicane to complete another lap now. His best lap time so far, 1:33.83. That puts him down in 13th. Will he improve this time around? The answer is slightly. 1:33.313. As he just... Sorry, I missed that there, but he got it wrong into that tricky turn 1, so this will not be a quick lap for him coming around now. But no harm done. Just ran wide. But that is what free practice is for, as we take a look now at the number 57 machine in Super Sport 600, so that number 57 is Sho Nishimura, 21-year-old rider, coming in as a wild card for 1XOX TKKR Honda. So another one to watch. He has formerly raced in the Red Bull Rookies. He's 21 years old and fancied by many. And there is the number 89, the championship leader and absolutely the rider of the class so far this season. Karl Idampawi, Super Kip. He's been really dominant this season. He's picked up 2 wins, 2 second places, and that sums up to 90 points, which is a lead of 16 after 2 rounds, or 4 races to put it another way. But we saw him coming back into the class last year, recovering from injuries, getting his fitness back. We didn't see what we knew he was capable of, the former Moto3 rider last year, but my goodness, it was a new Karl Idampawi we saw right from the off in round 1. The rest of the field have really had difficulty getting anywhere close to him. So his best lap, 1:31.774. That puts him in P2. Behind Kito Abe. So just 0.4 between those. You can expect on this circuit for those, the gap between the fastest riders out there to concertina up. And just looking for a change in the order there. Soichiro Minamoto is up into P3, another one of the leaders and another former GP rider in this class, Nakarina Tirapuvapat, is in P4. Just about 0.8 of a second behind Kito Abe's best time. But he's sitting fairly comfortably by the standards of this class. There is Kip. He'll have an answer for that, you can be sure. And there is Xiao Juntong for Victor Racing. So he's finding his feet in this class. It's great to see a Chinese rider in 600s as well. He's really enjoying himself in this class. He spoke to us in Sepang in round 2 and said how much he was enjoying it because he'd spent a few seasons just doing the occasional track day at Zhuhai, where indeed we'll be in a few months' time at the beginning of November. As he manhandles that Victor Racing Yamaha through the chicane. His best lap so far has been a 1:41.49. Let's see if he improves it this time. But Xiao, and I think next we're going to pay a visit to the IDEMITSU Honda pit as we just watch the IDEMITSU Honda championship leader Kip coming into the pits together with I think that's Azroy. We haven't seen him out on track, but there he is. He's just come in, and in fact all three. Helmi Asman is in there as well. So that's a pretty busy pit for now as we approach the halfway point in this session. So there'll be a bit of experimenting, a few tweaks to those riders. So debrief as the three riders, pretty close friends, all of them, get together there as we come back here with a FIM Ran making his debut in the class, jumping up from underbones, a FIM Ran, and improving as we go in this class. He's scored, so far he's scored in 3 rounds. He's currently got 18 points. There is another of the wild cards. We have a lot in this race. That is so here we've got in P4 currently a rider you can expect to be running close to the front, Soichiro Minamoto on the number 22 machine. So looking at the times for him so far, he's got himself within 0.6 of a second. He comes up to complete another lap. That last lap was, in fact that was an out lap, so we can look out for him next time around as we're on board with Soichiro Minamoto indeed. So here's a chance to get a rider's eye view of this circuit. Long left-hander there, long time on the left side of the tyre there before flicking right. It's quite a complex in the first sector before going around this right-hander. Long one round here and then blasting out into the country on the 700 meters straight. These bikes hitting about 245 kilometers per hour just on that section, and then back on the brakes and coming up to the final sector of the lap. But that was a good chance to see some of the challenges that this circuit presents. 12 turns plus chicane. Didn't quite get that right going in there, Soichiro, but another rider with good track knowledge here. So since he returned to the track, this is his his first flying lap since he came back onto the track. That was 1.6 seconds off his best. But we still have 13 minutes to go in this session. And if the rider behind him, I didn't catch who that was, can get close enough to track him around, it could be pretty useful. So Chiro Minamoto, we were used to seeing him come in as a wild card in Japanese rounds. Oh, and there is Nakarina Tirapuvapat, currently sitting second in the championship, 16 points back from Karol Idampawi. Nakarin got his first win in round one. First win in this class in round one. But his results so far have been 3 podiums out of 4 starts and 1 P4. That's been good enough to give him 74 points. I'm pretty sure, although he doesn't know this circuit too well, I do remember him enjoying it last year. Quite the experienced rider now, as well as racing in 600s here as he comes in for a mid-ish session break. But we saw after he took a win at his home race in Buriram, the confidence of Nakarin has increased. He does see himself capable of winning. He also does see from Bunsu Honda an enormous challenge to bagging another win. So another wild card there, the number 64 of Yuta Date. Yuta is quite an experienced rider, actually. Years ago, we've seen him in the Asia Talent Cup. In 2015, he was racing in the CEV Moto3 Junior Championship. And he's back. Good quality rider. A lot more experience now. So it'll be really good to see what he can contribute to the spectacle this weekend. 5 wildcards, in fact, in this class. So Yuta currently sitting 7th on that best lap of 132.2. Look across there to Shota Ite. So the 2 wildcards, Date and Ite, running together here. They obviously have circuit knowledge as an advantage. Let's see how they can convert that into results. So they go through the chicane to complete another lap. 9 minutes remaining, so plenty of time for those two to help each other to some improved lap times. Didn't improve that time for Yuta. Bunsu Honda makes a return to the track. But let's go back with these 2 riders, Date and Ite. Date in the front there, the number 64, number 17. Shota Ite just behind him. Shota Ite, 21 years old. And along with a whole cohort of Southeast Asian riders, back in 2017 now, he went to the VR46 Academy, Valentino Rossi's academy in Italy, together with Supersport 600 champion from 2019, Pirapong, Anggi Setiawan and Akira Aziz. So big names in this championship. As we take a look here at Azroy Hakim Anwar. And that's Kip getting ready to return. Tyre warmers off, engine on. And Helmi Asman will follow him out. Busy pit lane there as riders come out to complete their last on-track session. But Kito Abe, so far untouched at the front. The 131.37 puts him there, has stood there for a while. Kip's best time of 131.7 has also stood there for a while. But there is a bit of pride at stake as we come up to the closing stages of this first practice session. There is Andy Fadley, as we heard from the team manager. They're happy with his progress on 600s. He'll be wanting to make his presence felt in this class, to get among the leaders. Having seen the quality of Andy Fadley in 250s over many seasons, you have to believe that he's got the potential to come up and challenge the likes of the rider on your screen now, Azroy. So Azroy currently sitting in P10, 1.1 seconds off the leader, so you can see the top riders in this class concertinaing up, getting closer to each other. Those times will squeeze up a bit more. I think we're going to go down to the pits again. I think we have a crash out on circuit. Bring you news of that shortly. So we've got a rider down. That looks like Nakarin. That's a heavy crash. Look at that bike. Absolutely upside down and stuffed into the air fence. Nakarin himself looks perfectly okay. So obviously he jumped off before anything happened. And he's getting back on, getting back on the bike that a moment ago was upside down. Will he be able to get that going? So a lot of smoke coming out of the back of that bike. I wonder what that's all about. It's blue smoke. That usually means engine, or probably it's just some oil burning off after that bike got inverted. Yeah, that's okay. Nothing to worry about there. And despite it having been upside down, it's good enough to ride back to the pit. So we'll hopefully be able to catch a word with Nakarin after this session completes. As we go back with Azroy. And just before we saw that, we did see a note from race control. Let's go to Yelena. She's got some news for us in pit lane.
So we are standing right here in the box of the IDEMITSU Honda racing team, in which two of their boys snapped P1 and P2 in the Sepang round. Right next to me here is Mr. Fahmi, their team coordinator. So, Mr. Fahmi, I believe that most people are always focused on the Riders' Championships, but behind every race, there's always the collection of the points for the team title, right?
Yes.
How important is the team title to IDEMITSU Honda?
Yes, normally every year we target overall for the team championship. Like last year, also we overall for the team. But for the rider, last year is number 2. For this year, maybe we target both. Yeah.
Okay, one last question before I leave you to your boys. I believe that Super Kip, or we realized that Super Kip actually picked up 90 points by himself. Placing your team in third now. Initially you were second, right? Do you regret the decision of, how do we say, not partnering him in Team A?
Normally it's like for round 3 it's like a still long season because we have 3 more rounds. Anything can happen. Yeah.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Fahmi. Right, guys, so there we have it. And the Super Sport 600 boys are still going at it. Right, back over to you in the studio, Barry.
Back on track, and we see Carol Idampawi making a push for the fastest time. 2 minutes 40 seconds left on the clock for this FP1 free practice 1 session. He's got Helmi Asman tracking him. You do see these riders often helping each other along from Bunsiu Honda. There's 2 there. Azroy is elsewhere on track. Azroy currently in P10, 0.8 off them. Kito Abe still sits at the top. So there is Super Kip, followed by Azroy Hakim Anwar. Azroy hasn't had the best luck. He's got 2 DNFs this season, but he did win race 1 in Sepang. Never any doubt of the quality of Azroy, and the DNF, it was actually a crash that he had in Sepang, was really, really unlike him. I can't remember having seen crashed out of a race for a very long time before that. But it's Kip just looking at, I don't think he's got enough looking at the sector times to dethrone Kito Abe from the top of the timing screens, but let's see how he did in the final sector. He was just outside his best time. That was a 1:31.5. This will be Kip's last lap. The checkered flag will come out while he's out on circuit. Nice close-up there of the Bunsiu Honda of Carol Idampawi, championship leader, sitting in P2 in this session. That was a quick first sector from him, so it looks as though he could improve this time around. That's definitely what's on his mind. Look at the body language. So he pushes that bike around, making an assault on the best time of Kito Abe. His target is 1:31.37. Helmi Asman is behind him. Helmi currently in 6th, half a second off the best time of Abe. Here comes Helmi around the chicane for the last flying lap of this free practice 1 session. Here comes Helmi. That's just outside his best time, so he won't improve. That puts Helmi in 3rd. And Kip did complete his mission of dethroning Kito Abe. He's gone 1:31.247, so 0.125, 125 thousandths of a second, if I can put it that way, just to play around with the decimal point. But he goes clearly quickest in this session, and there's no time for Kito Abe to respond. Helmi Asman, 3rd. So once again, he's claimed what he, without question, sees as his right to be at the top of every single timesheet, every single race results. Carol Idampawi, the fastest rider in this session. So it was Kip, behind him Kito Abe, Helmi Asman 3rd, and half a second behind Kip's time, Soichiro Minamoto. Sho Nishimura was the best of them. So the riders come into the pits. That's the end of this Supersport 600 free practice 1 session. And there is your leader, Carol Idampawi. Hopefully we'll be getting a word with him once he's had a chance to jump off the bike. And also with Nakarina Tirapuvapat, who we saw in that quite strange looking crash. And he flipped the bike upside down and then made his way back to the pits. So that's Kip on the right, Helmi on the left. Doesn't look as though either of them have broken a sweat. It's pleasantly cool conditions here. Around 20 or 21 degrees, I think, here at Sugo in the mountains of northeastern Japan. So let's go to Yulina, who's going to be talking to Nakarin.
We're with Chip Nakarin at the moment, who's just fit in for the Super Sport 600 practice run of Honda Racing Thailand. So we saw that you had a crash just now. Can you tell us what happened?
Yeah, at the beginning, feeling is not so bad. I try to improve every lap. And then I come back to pit in and adjust some suspension. The first lap, I go with temperature on the tire. It's not enough for attack. And then I try to follow them. It's just mistake rear tire to move me. And then I land wide. I cannot brake. Yeah, it's the wall in the front. Then, okay, I crash. And then no problem, just learning.
Right, we also want to know, are you okay?
Yeah, the beginning I feel pain, but now getting better. I will try tomorrow.
Do you think that the bike will be in good condition for tomorrow?
Yeah, for sure, we do the best.
Okay, will you be going out for SP2 tomorrow?
FP2, we will try.
Or today, sorry.
FP2, we will try do some setup for information, and I will try to make 31 and possible go better every lap.
Good, I hope you recover. Good luck. All right, guys, let's start the ASB 1000s soon.
Cool as a cucumber there, Nakarin, after that that tumble. His rear tyre wasn't warm enough to play. Let's just take a look at those results. Fastest, Karol Idenpawi, 131.245. Behind him for 1XOX TKKR was Kito Abe. Helmi Asman third. Soichiro Minamoto fourth. Sho Nishimura, the best of the wild cards, in fifth with a 131.86. Motohiro Ito, another wild card. Yuta Date, another wild card, in seventh, and Azroy finished the session in P8. Ninth was Nakarina Tirapuvapat, 10th Shota Ite, 11th Ratapong Willerot, 12th Panasorn Kauson T, 13th Galang Hendra, 14th Kengo Nagao, 15th Andy Fadley. And Adananta Putra was 16th, 17th Gary Salim, we didn't see too much of those, and Afifan Ram 18th. Shajan Tong for Victor Racing 137.77. We're going to take a short break. We should be coming back shortly with Yulina, who'll be talking to the fastest rider in that session.
Ibrahim is right now here next to me, and he's just skipped through the finish line today in the practice runs doing a 1:3:1:2:4:5. So Kip, how are you feeling today? And I believe that your performance is much better this year. What has changed?
Yes, for this one, I quite happy with the bike. I'm feeling quite well, and yes, of course, compared to last year, I was struggle a lot. So for this year, I was trying to keep my rhythm and trying to keep my pace, and yeah, let's see what we can do for Sugo race.
Your time is also much better this season, of course. Do you have a different target lap time?
Yes, of course, because this is only in the practice one. For sure, I think we can improve a little bit more in the next practice and also in the qualifying. So I think, yeah, we can improve a bit more. Sure.
Thank you very much. We hope to see you perform today. Thank you. Right, guys, that's it from me and the IDEMITSU Honda Racing boys. Now the ASB 1000s. Back over to you in the studio, Barry.
And we are back with the first session of the day for ASB 1000. Big bikes, like for the 600s, we have a distinguished bunch of wildcards, several of whom you can see on your screen joining just there. Conditions here should be pretty much dry all the way around the circuit now. Think about the lap times that we saw for the Super Sports. There's number 95 on your screen, Panasorn Kaoson T. Panasorn was previously known as Krichapon. It's not a change of rider, it's a change of name only. There going out is for Honda Dream Racing by Showa is the and the Farid is Diha, who of course was the 2022 Supersport 600 champion. We're just going out there with the number 16 wild card. I think that was Kosuke Akiyoshi. And going out there on the warm-up lap are the two 1XOX TKKR BMWs. Aslan Shah at the front with that gold 25 for the 2019 champion. Following him, Markus Reiterberger. Markus Reiterberger, who dominated round 2 at Sepang. Struggled a little bit in the opening round. And indeed, big shout for Markus Reiterberger, because just a few days ago, on Sunday in fact, he completed the Spa-Francorchamps 24 hours for the official BMW team on the podium, P3, having previously scored a podium in Le Mans a few weeks before. So, congratulations to Reiterberger. Although you have to question how he's feeling after doing a 24-hour race and then traveling halfway across the world to do ARRC round 3. And this is his first visit to Sugo. Reiterberger. It is a challenging circuit. So Aslan Shah doing a favour there for Markus Reiterberger, showing his teammate around, because this circuit is technical. It does take quite a lot of learning. And there is a previous champion, Kianari there, previous two-time champion, in fact. Yeah, it was Raichi Kianari. We just saw two times Supersport 600 champion when Supersport 600 was the blue ribbon class for ARRC, and also maybe a three-time winner of the British Superbike Championship, and one of Honda's, for decades, one of Honda's top most favoured riders, Suzuka 8-hour winner. He's got an incredible CV, and it's fantastic to see him in this paddock. There is the reigning champion, Zakwan Zaidi, number 1, Andy Faridis Lihar, number 23, following him into turn 1 there. Zakwan Zaidi knows this track not only from his previous experience at ARRC, but also from racing in the All Japan Series. This isn't a circuit that he particularly enjoys, but he was pretty good around here last year. Last year he was third in qualifying and second in race 1 and fourth in race 2. So he does go well here. The Malaysian champion for Honda Asia Dream Racing by Showa. Only 27, but incredibly experienced Zakwan Zaidi. He's been around racing for a long time, like so many riders from Malaysia. Came through Underbones, still turns out on Underbones occasionally. He loves racing. And I think I just saw the red lights coming up there on the gantry over the start line, and there is a red flag. There's been a crash on the circuit. Hopefully nobody's injured. But that probably means that there's a bike or some debris on the circuit, so the riders do what they have to do in these circumstances, which is come back to pit lane in an orderly manner. So it's a red flag just less than 6 minutes into this 40-minute session for ASB 1000. So we'll bring you more news as we get it. So a hush falls on Sugo International Circuit. So red flags wave. Still some low cloud around. Still, I noticed a few damp patches, particularly on turn 1. And that's Takuna Kunamine, who was early leader at the top of the time screen there, number 104, the wild card. Just debriefing the story so far for Toho. They were back with Markus Reiterberger. He only had a few minutes on track. This is his first look at Sugo circuit. He looks fresh enough considering the exertions that I was talking about just now. of having done the Spa 24 hours last weekend. So while we're having a break, we'll see if we can find some riders to talk to. There is Aslan Shah. Aslan, the resurgent Aslan Shah this year. He's currently third in the championship and looking very much like his old self. He's been on the podium in all 4 races so far, in round 1 and round 2, and knocked up a total of 72 points. This is Rei Toshima. We saw him here last year. He was the best of the wildcards. He qualified 4th last year and picked up 2 6th places. So he's a force to be reckoned with this year, as they gingerly remove the rear Dunlop, and they'll need to keep that one warm. It's really important. You'll see when the riders go into the pits, the tyre warmers go on very quickly, because once the tyre is up to working temperature, if you let it cool down, it makes the tyre a little bit harder, so you need to keep it up at or close to a working temperature. As you can see there with the tyre warmers on Markus Reiterberger's BMW looking at there. Especially important when the air temperature is as cool as it is here in Sugo right now. Just to do a temperature check, yeah, my estimate was right, it is 20 degrees. So we haven't seen the championship leader yet on track, Haruki Noguchi, but I do think that we're going to try and grab a word with him while so let's go to Yulina, who's with Haruki Noguchi, the championship leader. Apologies, I was a bit premature with that. We're just getting to speak to Yelena. Right, she's with Haruki Noguchi.
Here we are right now with Noguchi-san of the ASB 1000s. Noguchi-san, can you tell us how you feel today?
I'm happy to be here in Japan in ARRC, and hopefully the weather is now coming better, so hopefully it's coming like this, and now I'm little bit I hope the Pasavit is not injured, and I hope he's okay.
I see. I hope he's okay too. What is your target for this round in Sugo?
This round is yes, of course, I will try to win this championship, and this race is, for me, it's very important because of the home race, and I know this track, so let's try to make 2 wins, and I hope I can win also All Japan rider. Yeah?
Do you have anything that you want to say to all of your Japanese followers?
In English, Japanese?
In Japanese, in Japanese.
Oh, first in English, thank you very much for supporting me. Always, thank you very much, and I'm very happy. And in Japanese, 日本の皆さん、今週はスゴーで開催されるので、ぜひ応援に来ていただくか、YouTube とかで見てください。応援よろしくお願いします。
Thank you so much, Noguchi-san, and good luck. And there we have it, guys. Barry, back over to you in the studio before we start off the next practice runs.
Good to hear from Haruki Noguchi there, our championship leader, and as we just heard, and you may well remember, double winner from Sugo last year. You can see how much he wants it. He's a fiercely competitive rider. And it looks like we're going to have, just heard the pit lane will open local time here, 10:15, so in about 7 minutes. So wait for there. There is a patient Shinichi Nakatomi looking on. Shinichi, if you looked, so Shinichi Nakatomi, he is the tyre developer for Dunlop. So the tyres that these bikes are running are very much part of his work. He's previously a World Superbike rider. He's finished on the podium in the Suzuka 8 Hour. And he raced here last year. He qualified 10th and didn't start race 1, but finished 10th in race 2. So I think we're so more interviews in the pits as we're waiting for Yelena. That rider there is Kota Arakawa, who absolutely blew away the field in Supersport 600 last year with pole position, a double win. And he's got a matching gum shield for that Honda. So Kota Arakawa. But Kota, it'd be good to see what he can do in the 6 minutes or so we had out on track. He was second fastest behind Takuma. And so let's go to Yelena. I think she's with Anthony West.
Right, sitting right here next to me is Anthony West, and he's just pit in after finishing his practice run. So Anthony, you're no spring chicken. You've been here for a while now. Okay. So yeah, can you tell us what drives you?
That's a good question. Every time I get on the plane to come to another race, I always question why am I doing it. But then you get out there and the adrenaline comes, and yeah, you can't help but smile under the helmet. So I don't know. It's like a drug you can't stay away from. It's I try to stay away from racing, but I keep coming back. So, but it's good to be back here in Japan. I like Japan. The last time I raced here, I was actually 16. I rode a VTR 1000 for Milwaukee. So that was back in 1998. It was the last time I raced on this track. So yeah, I'm old.
Cool. So that was a really good answer. We really appreciate your time, Anthony. And we'll move on to Kota Arakawa right now, guys. Let's go.
So a cheeky little interview there with Anthony West. He does always have a smile on his face. No spring chicken. That might just stick, but he took it well, and really explained what is at the heart of him. He is a racer, and how do you stop it? It's really difficult. That's why a lot of racers retire injured, because that's the only thing that actually gets them to make that decision. There's one of the wildcard. I think that's one of the Toho racing riders. Yeah, can't quite see who that is. So we were talking to Anthony West earlier on. He's only got a couple of laps in. 1:42 as his best lap. So he's got plenty of work to do. And let's go back to Yelena.
Hello everyone, I'm standing right here next to Kota Arakawa, and he's just about to head out again. So I have a few questions for you. お時間大丈夫ですか?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Okay, so I was going to ask you, 昨年はここで、2位賞あげましたね。今目標としてる、成果は何ですか？
まずはこの ASB で、いろんな選手と走って自分の経験を積んでレベルアップしていきたいです。
Okay. お忙しいところ。どうも。Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Yelena, and nicely done. We might try and fit in another interview while we're waiting. The pit lane is due to open in about a minute, so there might not be time for another interview. But have to take our hats off to Yelena for her language skills there. She also speaks Malay, Spanish, and English, as far as I know. There might be one or two more. Aslan Shah, we were just looking at there. He enjoys Sugo circuit. It was, in fact, he told me at one stage, it was the only race last year that he really enjoyed, and he was injured as well. He had a horrible incident when he came over the crest of the hill. His chain snapped and gave his. Let's just pause for a moment and bow our heads as we look at Roichi Kiyanari, the great Roichi Kiyanari. If I started to list his achievements, we'd be here for the rest of this, what's now a 34-minute session remaining for ASB 1000. And appropriately, the field is led out by championship leader Haruki Noguchi on the white and blue number 73 machine, wearing a helmet with those big cartoon eyes on the front, so easy to spot. Out on track. So a 18 rider field this time, together with the wild cards. Most of those bikes going through there are wild cards. I did see Markus Reiterberger going through, and just making a little move there was the number 54 machine. That's Kota Arakawa. To take an early lead. We saw how fast and how aggressive he was on a 600 last year. I can't wait to see how he goes on a superbike. He's now racing in ASB ST Stock 1000. I think that's a little missed on the camera, rather than that you're looking at there, rather than missed on the circuit. But it is Kota who leads them through to restart the session. And that was Takuna Kumine, the 104 bike there, who's the fastest so far, but we have only had 6 minutes on track. Yeah, Takuma Kunimine was, he's 25 years old now. He's racing in the All Japan ST1000, and recently in the All Japan round here, he picked up a P10 in the Stock 1000 class. The specifications to which are quite similar, in fact, to ASB 1000. So he knows his way around. Best time so far, 129.859. And what we're going to be looking at, that was a pretty good start actually, because in qualifying last year, Haruki Noguchi set a time of 128.369 to claim pole position. So that early lap from Kunime was really good. Kunimine, apologise. He's just been passed there by the number 67 machine of Rei Toshima, who we saw here last year. That's for the dogfight racing team. They have some cool names for the teams here in Japan. We got dogfight racing, we got Moto Bum. Yes, you did hear that right. But that's Kota Arakawa leading them through on the number 54. So all Hondas there, as you can see. Haruki Noguchi on another Honda just behind them. Haruki's best time in the first session, or the first part of this session, was 1:30.6. Kota leads them to complete another lap. There was a quick, just looking on the timing screens here. Might see Zakwan Zaidi jump up, but here comes Kota. I don't think he's going to go faster, no. He's pretty close to that, his best lap. That puts him in 5th for the time being, but yes, as I was about to say, Zakwan Zaidi was on a fast lap and he's just jumped to the top of the timing screen with a 1:29.266. So he's got very early in this session, within 1 second of Haruki Noguchi's pole winning time from 2022. And there is Haruki Noguchi, followed there by the number 12. The number 12 is, I haven't got him on the sheet here, so perhaps an extra wild card there, but a really nice start to this session from Zakwan Zaidi. That's Kosuke Akiyoshi, the number 12, who's got Zakwan Zaidi all over the back of his pink Honda. And the number 83 machine of Lachlan Epis. It's the first time we've seen him on screen. Easy one to spot in that kind of light blue. Help me, somebody, I'm not quite sure how to define that colour, but that light blue BMW of Lachlan Epis. More of him later when we see him on screen. But Haruki Noguchi now moving up inside Rei Toshima as they go into turn 1. And he has Takuma Kunimine in his sights next. And then just ahead of him is Kota Arakawa. So a quick group, this one. I suspect that Haruki Noguchi is going to be elbowing his way towards the front of it anytime soon. There he goes with that distinctive style. He's got fantastic corner speed, Haruki Noguchi. And he leans far, far off the bike in a really kind of neat but aggressive crouch. So yeah, he has made his way to the front of that group very early in the lap. He's currently 2nd, and that first sector was his best so far. So now he's at the front of this group. Let's see what he can do, although he has got Takuma keeping a close eye on him, going with him. So here they go through the chicane. Then give it the beans up the hill. You can see how quick that Honda is of Haruki Noguchi. And he completes another lap. Doesn't challenge. It was a good lap. 1:29.3, 10th outside his fastest, and just 22 hundredths off the best time so far from Zakwan Zaidi, the reigning champion. There goes Zakwan up the inside of his Japanese rival. They did have words in Sepang. There is a little bit of needle between these two, but they're both highly professional riders, so that shouldn't get in the way of anything, but there is just a little bit of edge in that relationship. Zakwan makes his way up to the back of that fast circulating group that's currently being led, I think, by Takuma. Kata Arakawa on the green machine just behind him. And for the first time, let's say welcome to Daniel Kazmayuddin. He's currently in the mid-130s. And also let's welcome back Yuki Ito just behind him on the number 76. Yuki is standing in as a wild card for Kubo, who has had all sorts of problems in the during the course of this season and previously with arm pump. He's gone for another operation to try and fix it. So while he is while he's not in full working order, the great Yuki Ito is a welcome replacement in the Gen Blue Yamaha team. So Yuki Ito puts himself into 5th with that last lap. Zakwan remains at the top. Haruki Noguchi has closed the gap to 43 hundredths of a second, less than a tenth of a second. Rei Toshima 2.2 of a second behind him. Markus Reiterberger, impressively for the debutant here, recovering from a 24-hour race and jet lag. I think there's about an 8-hour time difference between home and Japan for Marcus. So a very creditable P4 for him. It's a really good measure of his quality. He's just 0.3 of a second off Zakwan's best time. There is Kazma Daniel. Disappointing opening to the season. We just look there at Haruki debriefing his pits. So he's got a lot to talk about there. He knows what he wants here. It's very clear he wants a double win. He wants to stretch his lead in the championship and take advantage of his home race. As we reach, because this will, by the time we get to the end of proceedings on Sunday, that will mark the halfway point in the 2023 IDEMITSU FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. Looking there again at Rei Toshima. I notice he's running a soft rear tyre, so a little bit of experimenting going on here. You would imagine that would probably work in a hard front. So the pinky purple flash on the rear tyre tells you it's a soft, and the white flash on the front tells you that that's a hard. So he's running a hard front and a soft rear. And when we get to qualifying tomorrow morning, what you'll see is the riders running tyres with green flashes, and those are the tyres for qualifying only. And they, I would guess, will give them a boost by about 0.8 of a second around this Sugo International Circuit. Rei Toshima comes across to finish another lap, and he puts himself at the top of the timing screens. He's pushed Zakwan down. He was 0.176 faster than Zakwan's time, so 129.078. So we're edging towards the 128s. And here is the great Anthony West, who can't stop racing. He's also racing in the Australian Superbike Championship, which is itself worth a watch if you're in the right time zone. And as I recall, he picked up I think a 5th or a 6th place last weekend in the ASBK, the latest ASBK round. So wildcard, Rei Toshima leads the timing screens at the moment. We go back to Kota Arakawa. Currently down in 9th, 0.7 of a second adrift of Toshima's best time. Also running a hard front and a soft rear. Let's just do a little straw poll as we watch these riders go around. Kota Arakawa, sensational on a 600 and looking pretty decent on a superbike. So, Kota Arakawa, will he be able to improve this time around? I don't think he's will. His sector times are not too special this time around. And here he goes to complete another lap. Up comes the front wheel as he crests the high point of the circuit there and gets on the brakes for turn 1. Downhill braking there. These guys make it look easy, but you have to be really careful there not to lock the front and slide out. It's Kazmayuddin there, or rather his bike, being taken care of there. There is Zakwan. Giving it verbal and body language just to emphasize his point, but looking good, I think, in P2. And there is our number 12. That's Kasuke, running in pink and white. The All Japan Championship, if you can find it, you can find the races on YouTube. They are colourful. A lot of the bikes are, in fact, probably the majority of the bikes are privateer teams, and they do go for some spectacular colours, and the racing is great too. You just have to look a little bit for it. But here we are. We're in an international championship this weekend, the IDEMITSU FIM Asia Road Racing Championship, no less. We are just over halfway through a 40-minute session. We had a pretty long delay for a red flag after just 6 minutes. But we're back in action now, so looking down the timing screens as Shinichi Nakatomi, the tyre man, the Dunlop tyre developer, comes through. Shinichi currently P13, 130 for the 45-year-old veteran of World Superbikes, of endurance racing, and still plying his living as a tyre developer for Dunlop. Yuki Ito is the best of the Yamahas so far. He's in P6, half a second, or almost 0.6 of a second off. So we just stay there with Shinichi Nakatomi, another distinctively coloured machine, so easy to spot with that big number 85, which is great for race officials and commentators. And a great view of this circuit, and there is another hard front, soft rear. So that seems to be the combination of choice as Shinichi comes through the chicane and pins the throttle. Come up under the Dunlop Bridge, past the high point of the circuit to complete another lap. So nothing too special about that one. And I don't think he's pushing too hard there. There is Yuki Ito. Just taking a look. Decent outing for him, jumping back onto the bike. It was good to see him in Sepang, actually. He was there in support of the team. And he certainly knows his way around this Sugo circuit. as does his teammate Kazma Daniel. Although Kazma, we were saying earlier, hasn't had really a good run at it this season. We just stay there with Shinichi Nakatomi. So if the tyre developer is running a hard front and a soft rear, then it's probably a good indicator of the ideal combination for Sugo in these cool conditions here. We will be going to Yelena shortly, just as Haruki Noguchi just jumps back up into second. So we're going to go back to Yelena, who is in pit lane.
Now sitting right next to me is Joe of Savitar Racing, and he's just pit in a few moments ago. I believe this is your first time in the Sugo circuit, yes? How do you find the track?
It's kind of terrifying because it's my first time. It's a really fast track. I'm trying to learn the track and keep pace. It's not easy, and it's quite fun as well. But there's just a bit to get away your own fear.
Right. It's also your first season in the Asian race, right? Or in the Asian Championships. How are you feeling about that?
I'm feeling very excited because for the first time I'm joining a very big league, and it's not an easy series and really get into racing. So it's a lot of learning process for me, especially going to new tracks and learning new ways of thinking and how to improve every time. And time's precious now. So that's how I am now. Yes.
Right, thank you, Joey. And I hope that you have a really good season this year, even though it's your first. Right, thank you so much. All right, guys, we'll move on right next to the Yamaha Gen Blue team and see what's up right there.
And back to pit lane. Here comes Zakwan Zaidi making his way back out for what would probably be his final spell out on track in this free practice one. Currently sitting in third on the timing screens, having led them at one stage. But we heard it how it really is there from Joe, the Malaysian rider, which is very much his style. It's scary. Yes, there are blind crests, there's camber changes. This has Aslan on your screen now, and some reassuring news that the rider who crashed earlier is okay. But being airlifted to hospital, so he'll be well and truly cared for. There is Kota Arakawa coming back out of the pits, see what he can do. And yes, hard front, soft rear. And there's a bike, I think, running mediums, which is Takumi. Yeah, that is Takumi. Currently sitting in P8, almost a second off the fastest time, which has been set by Haruki Noguchi, just while we weren't looking. 128.759, that's about 0.4 of a second off his pole winning time from last year at Sugo. There goes Takuma. He did lead the way early on. 129.6 is a pretty decent time. Like Haruki Noguchi made a stop, so let's just stay now with Takuma Kunimine. So he was racing for Toho Racing, which, as you saw earlier, has Raichi Kiyonari in his corner. There's Haruki, helmet coming off, which we wouldn't necessarily have expected at this stage. But perhaps he's going to call it a session. There's 11 minutes left. You wouldn't expect a rider to take their helmet off at that stage. So there's an opportunity for this rider, the reigning ARRC champion, Zakwan Zaidi, on the Honda Asia Dream Racing with Showa. CBR 1000 RR. I think there's 3 R's on this one. It's certainly a quick machine. And just behind him is Andy Farid Izdiha, the 2022 Supersport 600 champion, and a rider who's taken to this superbike class absolutely like a duck to water. He was one of very few riders to challenge Kota Arakawa in the Supersport 600 class last year. And there we are with the indomitable Markus Reiterberger, indomitable because of what he's been up to over the last week, which is finishing on a podium in a 24-hour race in Belgium, and then jetting across to take part in this race. With a really impressive best lap so far of 129.5. So don't count out the German debutant at Sugo. So it might be a scary circuit, but he's just come from Spa, which I guess is a pretty scary circuit as well. It shares like a kind of a long version of Sugo in some ways. Long sweeping turns, technical sections, blind crests, so perhaps it's not too difficult for Reiterberger to adapt. But it is Haruki Noguchi who's sitting in the pits, but sitting with an advantage. So there we have the news that the rider number 95 is okay, but going to be checked over in hospital. We'll stay with Reiterberger. Let's take a look at this lap that he's doing now. Nothing too stunning, but a decent lap it looks like it will be by the time he gets to the end. Kazma Daniel putting in a good lap currently. Be good to see Kazma up here. He showed well last year. Kazma qualified second, and he picked up 2 podiums, a third and a second in race 1 and race 2 respectively. But here comes Markus Reiterberger to complete another lap. That was half a second off his best, but a very decent one. And he's got plenty of time, almost 8 minutes. And there's his teammate, his illustrious teammate, we have to say, Aslan Shah Kamaruzzaman on the number 25 machine. He likes this circuit. He had problems, as I mentioned last year, that his hit the incident which injured his left leg, I think it was, his gear change leg. Meant that he didn't qualify. He started from the back of the grid and came through impressively. But he did carve his way through the field, and he had a smile on his face at the end of the race, and we've seen that smile a lot more frequently this season, as he hasn't finished off the podium yet. And you can have a very safe bet that he'll be on the podium again this weekend. As we're back there with Takuma for Toho Racing. And just going in ahead of him, Rei Toshima, who led this session at one point, now still in third place. Nobody quite into the 128s yet. With Haruki Noguchi in the pits, maybe not, but Andy Farid is in with a 128.8, so he's got within 0.04 of a second of Haruki Noguchi. And he was really quick last year, as I mentioned a little earlier, in Supersport 600s. He did throw away a potential race win in race 2 when he just braked too late into that tricky turn 1 and slid off. But here we are with two very decent-looking wild cards. Takuma Kunimine on a 129.684, currently in P9. Just 1 second off the best time of Haruki Noguchi. Now, Andy Faridis jumps to the top. The class rookie, number 23, Honda Asia Dream Racing by Showa, is up at the top, and he is bettered Haruki Noguchi by 82 hundredths of a second, almost 0.1 of a second. And there he is. There goes Andy Farid, running the now very much recommended soft, hard front, soft rear combination. He's just behind Zakwan Zaidi. Zakwan, who led this session for a while on 129.2. He's only 0.4 off Andy's time. And Andy does look a bit faster than him just at this point on the circuit. The lap times, the sector times don't look particularly... Andy Farid, very quick first sector, decent second sector. Let's see what happens as they drag their way up the hill. The 200 Dream Racing machines. Zakwan's first up. Andy Farid. 128 into the 128s, and isn't he just 128.677? To increase his advantage at the top to more than 0.3 of a second, which is quite a margin here at Sugo. So Andy Farid is the class rookie, absolutely on fire here at Sugo. And Zakwan dropping back. We got 3 minutes 40 seconds left on the clock, so another couple of laps and here is Haruki Noguchi, helmet back on, and he's got his eye in, or his cartoon eyes in very much. This might be an outlap for him, I'm not sure, but let's see as he crosses the line. And here he comes. That's not an outlap, that's for sure. He stops the clock at 129.189. So 0.7 off his best. But look at the body language. Look at the way he's crouching off the bike. Look at the corner speed of the young Japanese rider. He had a birthday a few days ago, and I think that means he's now 23 or possibly 24. Perhaps Yulina can find out for us a little bit later. But here he is, the number 73 for SDG Hark Pro, Haruki Noguchi, looking for FP1 honours, looking to snatch away that 0.3 of a second advantage that is held by Andy Farid Izdihar. And you can see how much the Japanese rider wants this at his home circuit. And back there with Markus Reiterberger. And here he comes to complete another lap. That was a 129.1 and his best lap of the session. So really good progress for the German. No signs of fatigue, no signs of jet lag in this early stage of the weekend. So Rei Toshima is now back into third. Zakwan Zaidi fourth. And we have 1 second covering the first 8. And in fact, the rider in P8 is Kazma Daniel. His best time, 129.596. As we just stay there with Marcus as he closes in on Rei Toshima. Currently sitting in P3. So let's see what happens this time around. That good sector times for Marcus, so this could be a little improvement for him. As the time counts down, pushes the front wheel back down. No improvement from him. So he's 0.6 of a second back from Andy Farid, still sits at the top. Haruki Noguchi on a fast lap. You can't see him on track, or where he is on track right at the moment, but don't be surprised to see the #1 spot change any second from now. The checkered flag is out to finish this session, so this will be the last flying lap for anybody now. That's Takuma done, and here comes Haruki Noguchi into the third sector. Sorry, he's currently in the second sector on the long straight. Pushing that Honda really hard. So let's just stay with Haruki Noguchi. Pole position time from last year was 1:28.369. He's targeting 1:28.436 or slightly better, because that's the time held at the top of the timesheets currently by Andy Farid Izdihar. Here comes Haruki Noguchi through the chicane. This will be his last time through. He's given it the beans absolutely on this lap. Will he be able to scramble back that 3/10 disadvantage? No, he won't. That was 0.4 off. So, Andy Farid Izdihar takes the free practice 1 honours, and there he is. What a session from the class rookie. He does know his way around Sugo, but this is the first time on a superbike, which is quite a different thing to riding a super sport machine. So we'll go down and talk to him when he gets back into the pits and see what he has to say. He's always got something. He's always got something interesting and insightful to say, Andy Farid. And I'm sure that his army of fans, or armies of fans indeed, he's got a huge following back in Indonesia, will be happy to see the way that, that their hero has started this weekend. Fabulous stuff from the Indonesian. Marcus Reiterberger came through too, but let's just take a look now at those lush green trees in the background. And there it is confirmed. Andy Farid Izdihar, best time 1:28.436, 3/10 advantage over championship leader and double winner last year Haruki Noguchi. Third, the best wildcard, Rei Toshima for Dogfight Racing. Fourth, Zakwan Zaidi, the reigning champion. Fifth, Marcus Reiterberger, first time at Sugo. Sixth, Takuma Kunimine. Seventh, Kota Arakawa. Eighth, Kaz Madaniel. In ninth, Keisuke Maeda. 10th, Yuki Ito, best time for him, 1:29.6. Kazuki Akiyoshi was 11th. 12th, Aslan Shah. I'm not sure why he was off the pace that time around. Shinichi Nakatomi for Wave In 13th. 14th, Chakrit Swangsuwat for East NJT. 15th, Pasawit Titivarat. We didn't see much of him. Ant West was in 16th. 17th was Laklan Epis, and 18th, Tiao Yujo, getting used to this scary circuit. We see that there are some riders being asked to report to race control, including Marcus Reiterberger and Kota Arakawa, and Kaz Madaniel after this session. So still nice and shiny, the front of that free practice session winning machine of Andy Farid. So he just takes time to debrief his team. Perhaps that finger gesture was he thinks he can go a little bit faster. So we're going to take a short break, and we'll come back in. Yeah, we'll come right back. Okay, so short break from us. We'll be back in just a few minutes. And welcome back to Sugo. We're coming to you live with the first free practice session of the day for the Underbone 150s. This busy field just now going on their outlaps. And some of them going just a little bit too slowly, even though it's an outlap. You really need to keep up at racing speed. This is often an issue for the stewards. And speaking from the heart, I can tell you that there is very few things that are more dangerous than a slow-moving rider on a racetrack. So here they come as they get used to it. We'll talk through the riders as they come, but a few facts here that coming in as the championship leader for Pitts Bike JRT Tech is Wawan Wello, so watch out for him. He's running bike number 38. And yeah, riders finding their way around. A little bit wide there. The 111 bike you could see there is the Vietnamese Honda of Nguyen Hu Tri. Just going through there, I think that was the number 78 of Physique Hamdan. Yeah, indeed, that's Physique Hamdan. And the number 23, another bike to watch out there for S1M Evo Yamaha is Gupita Krishna. It's the blue bike at the front there going up the hill. 150cc single cylinder engines for these underbones. This racing series is it's got fans all over the world. It's huge in Malaysia, huge in the Philippines, and huge in Indonesia, where most of these riders come from. And as the lap times start to come in, we've got a best time of 1:49 in these cool conditions. There is the number 43 of April King Moscado. Exciting Filipino rider, number 43. He's following the 27 machine of Giancarlo Maurizio. So the two Filipinos for UMA Racing Philippines. So decent early showing for both of those. So there's 27 at the front, that's Giancarlo Maurizio, April King Moscado, number 43, alongside and slightly behind him as they cross the line. Cross the line, well, the times improve. It's April King going through first, and that's a significant improvement indeed. 147.9, so that puts him to the top of the timesheet. And so, not surprisingly, Giancarlo Maurizio just behind him. In third, although we haven't seen him on screen yet, is the number 87 machine, the ever-threatening Nazarul Izzat. Gupita Krishna has just jumped up into P3. But I think the timings will change significantly as the next riders cross. There's a lot of fast times looking at the sectors that have been recorded so far. There's the UMA guys ready to show the board to their riders. There goes Murabo Vitoni, 157, a rider coming really good this season. And we're just going to go down to Yulina in pit lane.
The Underbone 150 riders are just out right about now, and standing here with me is Mr. Putra, okay, the team representative for the LFN H Putra 969 team. Okay, Mr. Putra, jadi dalam pandangan kamu, apakah yang paling tercabar sekali ya dalam sirkuit ini di Sugo?
Sebenarnya di sini dengan cuaca yang sangat dingin, akhirnya pembalap-pembalap kita harus adaptasi cuaca lagi. Itu yang agak sedikit merepotkan untuk kita semua. Jadi di sini kita mencoba setup yang lebih baik lagi. Kita arahkan pembalap-pembalap untuk lebih tenang, lebih fokus lagi lah di Sugo ini gitu. Karena di Sugo ini sebenarnya karakternya semi high speed, jadi di dalam itu lebih teknikal. Jadi untuk Fahmi Basam terutama yang pembalap baru, kita kasih saran dia untuk ikut yang lain dulu gitu.
Jadi pembalap kamu mobil sekarang ada di P5 ya. Jadi kamu oke ya dengan keputusan itu, dan apalagi yang kamu mau lihat yang lebih baik lagi?
Ya semoga di seri ini bisa mendapatkan poin lebih banyak lagi untuk kita kumpulkan nanti untuk seri-seri selanjutnya. Semoga insya Allah di podium lah di seri ini.
Dan yang terakhir, jadi selepas ini kamu tahu ya, enggak, yang kami akan ke Mandalika. Jadi apa perasaan kamu tentang itu?
Sangat senang karena akhirnya Asia Road Racing bisa datang ke Mandalika. Kita akan memberikan hasil yang terbaik untuk negara Indonesia di Mandalika.
Okay, good luck ya Pak. Terima kasih. Okay, alright guys, and there we have it for the UB 150 for the LFN H Putra 969 team. Let's move on to the next one.
And we're back there. That was Pascal San Luan going through. There he is, the number 53 on the orange machine. And while we were listening to that interview, the timing screens were jumping around a lot. Giancarlo Maurizio is now top with the best time of 1:47.123. He's ahead of Morabile Vitoni and April King. Dimas Julie has jumped up into P4. Fazarol, the screens are still jumping around as I'm speaking, as these riders really get their eye in. They're 10 minutes into the session. You see John Emerson in Guito, the number 22, going around. John currently 14th, but you can expect him to get faster. Hand up, so rider pulling into the pits. That's one of the, I think it's one of the SCK riders going in, and another one following him in. Okay, so that's Iqbal Amri pulling in for SCK. Championship, so John Emerson in Guito, who just went through, he pushed himself up into 4th, 1.5 seconds off Giancarlo Maurizio's best time, which stays at the top, 1:47.1. Morabile Vitoni just behind him. So Isam Iqbal on another 71 machine. So a little breather for him. So it looks as though he might be having a word in those pits shortly. Other riders finishing featuring here. Wabanwelo is currently in P6, the championship leader. And we're going to go to Yulina, who I think is in the SCK pit. Oh, and there's a rider down, just to delay for one moment. That is Arash Tsunami. So, Cardinals Factory Racing, we know this is... so, crash for Arash, who's in on Cardinals Racing Machine. He's a replacement rider this time around. So the young rider, replacement, excuse me, coming in for the Cardinals team. Just learning the hard way about this track. So Yulina's ready now in the SCK pit.
Alright guys, so we are here with the SCK Honda racing team, and one of their riders, Isam Iqbal, has just pit in. But I am standing right here right now with their team manager, Mr. Song. So okay, Mr. Song, you have a mixed team this year with a Thai rider, and you also have a Malaysian rider with you. So both of these riders are new in the team, yes?
Yeah. Those two riders also is new on my team.
What is your plan for this year?
This year we just come here for practice and prepare for next year. Prepare for next year to take championship.
Okay. So why?
Why? Because everybody come to racing must have a champion to go back. That's why I also want to take one champion first.
Okay, so why do you choose these two riders?
Because these two riders is still young. I see their potential is very high.
Cool. Okay, thank you so much. Good luck for this season. Right, guys, let's move on now to the next bit for the UB 150s.
Okay, welcome back, and a couple of riders just joining the circuit there. Changes on the leaderboard here include Haziq Farouz jumping up into P4. But the riders at the top, Giancarlo Maurizio Mirabel Vitoni and April King Moscado, still clear at the top. 1:47.123 is the target time as things stand now. We're just looking there at Pacharagon, riding for SCK. So those two riders running together. Pacharagon, number 32, and Iqbal Amri. Looking for other distinguished names on the timing screen. Gupita Krishna up into P5, double champion. Looks like there's been a crash at that corner. So the marshals running there in the foreground. Just in the coming into the center of your screen there is Nazarul Izzat for UMA. That's UMA Malaysia. Nazarul just getting out of the way to let some other riders go through. And the riders going through are Shafiq Rasol and Fazli Sham. There is the number 23 machine. It's going up the inside there. That is Gupita Krishna taking a place as he went through the chicane. Gupita currently 1.2 seconds off the best time in P5. And he gets the advantage on the line. He's just in front of Wawan Wello, the championship leader. And Gupita goes up into P3. Wawan is in P8 currently, 1.6 off the best time so far. And Wawan pushing Gupita now. Let's see if I can pick up the rider at the back of that group. In fact, he's just mugged Gupita Krishna back down into... Sorry, just mugged Wawan back into third in that little group. So this won't be a quick one for Wawan Wello, but he'll be back. Really exciting Indonesian rider. Prior to this season, we saw him quite often as a wild card, particularly in the Indonesian rounds. But he's putting together a really good season. In fact, he's putting together a better season than anybody else because he is at the top. So here we've got Gupita Krishna, followed by Ahmad Fazrul Sham, the number 11, who's running in 10th. They're running closer. Yeah, Gupita has slowed down now, so he lets Fazrul go. So this won't change anything at the top of the timing screens. So Fazrul Sham is in 10th. Here comes Ahmad Fazrul Sham. He's 3.3 seconds off the best time, but like his brother, can never be ruled out. So as we look at Fazrul Sham, April King, so we stay with Fazrul Sham, looking to improve that 10th place. He's got 1.8 seconds to make up. You can see how busy it is in that pit. Body parts everywhere. There is April Kim. That's the Uma Racing machine of April King. Just looking a bit chipped, but the rider looks okay. He sits just 0.8 of a second currently off the leader. He looks a little concerned about his bike there. But he'll need to wait for the mechanics to put his bike back into proper running order. So I think we're almost ready for an interview. As the bike gets picked up, checked over. So let's go to Yelena in pit lane.
Right, I'm standing here right now with Mr. Jonathan, the team representative for UMA Racing Philippines. Okay, can you tell us what happened here with April?
For April, he just lost his clutch, so we need to go back and reattach again the clutch.
And I know that Giancarlo is so impressive in this practice. He already improved from his time in 2022. Can you comment on his performance?
For his performance, I can say that it is the result of our training in the Philippines. So we did not stop, and we always aiming for the top position always.
Right. All right, thank you so much. Right, guys, let's see what are in the next pits.
Many thanks, Yelena. And while we were talking, Murabil Vitoni jumped to the top with a huge advantage, a 0.758 of a second advantage over Giancarlo Maurizio. So Murabil Vitoni, we've seen him fast over the last couple of seasons. We haven't seen, until this season anyway, him really putting good races together. But Murabil Vitoni, currently sitting at the top, is a rider who's just getting his act together, and you can expect to see him running more consistently and more confidently at the front. In Sepang, he scored second and fourth places, and he's currently got a huge advantage at the top, 146.365, which is actually 2 hundredths of a second faster than the pole-winning time that was set by Wayuaji Triliksana last year. There goes, looking behind him there, was Fazli Sham looking back at Nazrul Izzat and Dimas Juliat Moko, the number 202. That's John Emerson Guito on the number 22 bike, completing his lap. John showed well early in this session. He's currently 2.2 seconds off the quickest time. That's Dimas Juli, another quick rider who, for LFN, who I'm expecting to start to put more consistent results together. We know he's fast, and a bit like Murabil, he just needs to take that step. So there's a nice little gaggle of bikes. Out on the left-hand side is Ahmad Fazli Sham, the veteran, and no exaggeration to say it, an icon in this class. All the younger riders look up to him. But he's staying out of their way right now. Perhaps looking for some free space on the circuit. And there is number 14. We haven't seen him before this season. That's Pirapong Luibunpen coming back for team One for All. Team run by the Japanese legend Wichi Wee. So, and indeed, that time I was talking about just now for Murabel Vitoni, it was, we just heard officially that it was, as I suggested, it's a new, free practice lap record. Anyway, it was 200ths of a second quicker than Wayu Aji's pole winning time last year. So yeah, so Murabel Vitoni, as we were saying a few minutes ago, that was a time that was 200ths of a second best than Wayu Aji Triliksana. And he is ahead of Giancarlo, and Dimas Julia's a rider just gone off there. Didn't catch who that was. Shafiq Rasul on the 1XOX machine, that distinctive green machine going through there. He's got Fazli Sham just inside him. And at the front is that Zaidi, number 98, just getting swallowed up by that group. And there is Shafiq Rasul leading Nazarul. Is that briefly? He's now slipped behind him, but the action's hotting up. There's less than 5 minutes remaining now. And there on your screen is the rider who has just set a new record for this circuit, Murabel Vitoni. And just looking for the former lap record holder, Wayu Aji Triliksana. He's down off the timing screens currently. He's currently 25th, so Wayu Aji Triliksana doesn't have an answer to Murabel. So we got, is that Zaidi? So leading this group through now, so they've really got the hammer down now. So the even faster time now, 1:45.922 for Murabel Vitoni. Just wait for that to, there's a little conflict on the two timing screens we're looking at. But Murabel Vitoni absolutely on fire. Dimas Juliat-Moko, another fast rider we were waiting to see something from. As I mentioned a few minutes ago, he's put himself up into P2. Dimas Juliat-Moko is a rider with huge potential. This group slowing down a little bit. There is that Zaidi just going through there on the number 98 bike. He's riding for Cardinals this season. We got used to seeing him with pit bike. Gubita Krishna just got Murabel Vitoni. There he is, the fastest man ever on an underbone around this Sugo circuit, number 157. Going through the chicane now. This looks like it could have been a quick lap for the LFN rider. He's just playing a little bit with his brake lever there, or just a foot out to come into pits. All right, so there's 2 minutes remaining, so most riders will only get one more, but perhaps a little problem on that bike. Perhaps he's just pushed it a little bit. It's gone a little bit faster than the bike was expecting, and he's going to come in, but I think he can safely come in now. He's got an advantage of more than a second over the next fastest rider, Dimas Juliat-Moko. Giancarlo Maurizio, 1.2 seconds off Murabel's time, is in third. Gubita Krishna 1.4 off in 4th. So, what a session for LFN and Murabil Vitoni. Pirapong Louis Boon Peng, welcome back to the Thai rider. We don't see many Thai riders in this class. We've got 2 this weekend. But Pirapong in P6. He's a rider capable of a podium. And there is Pirapong, the number 14, just behind there. I think that was Dimas Julie. All kinds of lines being taken here. Izak goes through. Pirapong trundling around on the number 14 machine. Orange bike with the blue flash on the front. And the white helmet, so another rider who's easy to pick out. And just behind him is the JLT one-way pit bike of the championship leader, Wawan Wello. But they are trundling, they won't get another fast lap in. But these 2 riders are pushing. This group's led by Gubita Krishna. He's got Nazarul Izzat behind him. And the number 202, Dimas Julie, just behind him. So here they come. Any change in the positions? They stop the clock. No change at the top. The checkered flag will come out in just a few seconds. So these riders will get one more lap. And they're really pushing now. So good to stay with this group. Gupita goes to the front in front of Nazarul Izzat. The other 2 riders dropping back slightly, but Gubita Krishna's looking to see what he can do. About the time, the record-breaking time of Murabil Vitoni at the top. So Dimas Julie still in P2. Now, so hand up from Izzat Zaidi on the Cardinals machine to let Nazarul and Gupita through. 2 of the most accomplished riders in this class, without a doubt. Gupita has 2 championships under his belt. And Nazarul, an incredibly fast rider, who we can expect to see at the front, featuring throughout every session this weekend. So this is the last time around for these 2, as they ask everything of these 150cc machines. It doesn't look, on the timing screens, this looks like it's going to be a decent time. I'm not sure whether it will be an improvement. Let's take a look. 1:47.5, so just outside their best times for both of these. Some of the riders going so close to the wall there, it looks like they were going to collect the checkered flag. But there it is, Murabil Vitoni, he's made his mark today. A mark that, for the time being at least, will be in the history of underbone racing at Sugo International Circuit. Dimas Julie, the best of the rest, 1 second off Murabil's time. As we just pan out a little bit and watch the riders coming into pit lane. As you can see from the flags there, there's no wind today. It's a cool 20 degrees. And for many of these riders, a lot of the riders from the hot countries are appreciating the cooler weather. So Wawan Wello, championship leader, 1.6 seconds off. April King, we saw, had a clutch problem. That was a pretty decent fast clutch change during that race, but so pretty decent end result for him to come in 8th. There's another look at this fabulous circuit set in the mountains of Miyagi Prefecture in northeastern Japan. And here it is confirmed, Murabo Vitsoni, 1:45.922, fastest lap ever around here. Dimas Juliet Moko, 1 second adrift, 1:47 dead. Third, Giancarlo Maurizio. Fourth, Kubita Krishna. Fifth, Nazaror Izat. Sixth, Pirapong Louis Pen. Seventh, Wabanwello. Eighth, April King Moscato for Uma Racing. And ninth, Ahmad Fazli Shan for 1XOX TKKR. Haziq Farouz for Uma Racing. Fazrul Sham for Pitspike in 11th. 12th, John Emerson in Guito. 13th, Shafiq Rizal for 1XOX. 14th, Fahmi Basam for LFM Putra. And Nguyen Antoine in 15th on 1:48.902. 16th was Izzat Zaidi. A quietish session for him. Haziq Hamdan was 17th. Hafisa Rofa was down in 18th, so not what we would expect from him. Izam Iqmal, the number 71 machine, 1 minute 50 seconds. Pascal San Luang, 20th. 21st, Cheryl Shazras. And Pacharagon for SCK Honda in 22. 23rd, Nguyen Hu Tri. 24th, Arash Tsunami, Kamaruddin. And 25th, Wayu Aji Trilaksana, who we didn't see out on track, but 2 minutes. So problems for the former champion, Wayu Aji Trilaksana. So we are going to take a short break. Next up will be the first practice for the TVS Asia One Make Championship and their second visit here. As you can see on the left of the screen, there's people having some fun on the neighbouring kart circuit. So we are going to go down to Yulina, who's in the pit lane.
All right, everybody, we've just completed the practice runs for the under 150s and a very impressive lap record from Murabo Vitoni right here, standing right by me. 1:45.921. You are on fire. Kamu buat sangat mantap ya, mantap banget ya. So congratulations for that. And you did a string of lap records. Jadi bisa kamu kasih tahu sama kami apa yang terjadi dalam sirkuit?
Ya, perjalanan tadi saya fokus ke settingan engine dan mencari racing lane yang aman untuk balap besok. Dan ya, dari lap awal juga saya mencari settingan motor dan akhirnya saya bisa mendapat time yang bagus.
Oke, jadi kami juga tahu ya yang kami akan ke Mandalika bagi pusingan seterusnya. Jadi kamu, apa perasaan kamu atau apa pandangan kamu tentang itu?
Ya, untuk Mandalika saya berusaha semaksimal mungkin untuk memberi terbaik buat tim dan Indonesia. Saya akan tampil yang terbaik di Mandalika nanti.
Oke, dan yang paling terakhir, apa yang kamu mau bilang sama fans-fans kamu yang adanya semua di Indonesia?
Ya, untuk fans terima kasih banyak udah dukung saya dan mendoakan saya. Semoga saya bisa memberi yang terbaik buat semuanya.
Alright, terima kasih ya. Alright, thank you so much and congratulations to our fastest lap record setter right here. Now we'll move on to the TVS One Make and see how they do at the practice runs. Right back over to you in the studio, Barry.
IDEMITSU engine oils are precisely formulated for meticulously engineered Japanese car engines. We are committed to delivering optimal performance. We fulfill this commitment through 5 ultra-protective benefits known as Quintec Guard. They unleash the peak performance of treasured cars. Drive anywhere with confidence. Feel the excitement in your heart. The highest quality engine oils in the history of IDEMITSU. IDEMITSU IFG7. Flagship engine oil nano-tailored for high-precision engines. Enhanced performance in 7 ways with super protective septic guard technology, the accumulated wisdom of oil experts. Anti-power loss nanotech keeps your engine performing at its peak for extended periods in harsh conditions. Beat the heat. IDEMITSU IFG7.
Welcome back to our live coverage of Free Practice Day at Sugo International Circuit. You're watching the IDEMITSU FIM Asia Road Racing Championship, and coming out on track for their first free practice session are the bikes of the TVS Asia One Make Championship. Championship has really taken off this year. There have been new riders coming in that have presented a stiff challenge to the defending champion, and has to be said, championship leader Vorapong Malahuan, who will no doubt be seeing shortly. He runs the number 1 plate, as the champion is entitled to do. But what's really shaken things up has been the entry of some really good experienced riders, such as Malaysia's Muzakia Mohammed and Thailand's Piawat Patumios. And as well as the experienced riders, you've got riders like from Japan, Fugo Tanaka and Taiyo Sato coming through, and other riders like Kuenans Chang looking quite aggressive from time to time, Deepak Ravikumar. An interesting thing to watch for with this championship is the lap times and how they compare, number 1, with what they were last year, and number 2, how they compare with the AP 250 times, the Asia Production 250 times. First rider through there is the number 10 of Ramdan Rosli. I should have mentioned him earlier when I talked about excellent riders, excellent experienced riders coming into this championship. He had a bad luck in the first round with 2 non-finishes, but then came back powerfully at Sepang with a P2 in race 1 and a win in race 2. So Muzakia, Ramdan and Piawat, the riders that have really brought some depth and experience into this championship and made the racing exciting. Now, talking about why we should look at the lap times. One thing is the improvement that these machines are showing in general as they develop. That's what this racing series is about. It's about developing machines as well as riders. And the other thing is that, like the AP250s, for the first time this year, they're running on slicks. So the lap times from last year should tumble down for those two reasons. And the fastest lap time was set last year, which is their first appearance at Sugo, was 1:41.903, and that was set by Hiroki Ono, who got pole position last time and finished on top of the podium in race 1 and was second in race 2. And we're delighted to say that Hiroki Ono is out again in the TVS Championship again today, so we'll be just looking out for him. Hiroki Ono, I don't think he's out on track at the moment, but he's running number 16. So there you see making a move on track. That was Musakia, number 11. Definitely one of the riders to watch here. So Yelena is standing by in pit lane, so let's go down to her. Let's just take a quick look at this onboard footage from TVS. So we're riding with Vorapong Malahuan, no less. A little bit of break up there, but Yelena, I think, is waiting with the chief mechanic for TVS. So it'll be interesting to have a word with him. So Yelena's ready now with the chief mechanic for the TVS Asia One Make Championship.
Right, thank you for staying with us. The TVS One Make Championship riders have just left the pit right here and they're doing their practice runs right now. But I am standing with Mr. Karthik, the engineer of the TVS One Make Championship. So, Mr. Karthik, can you tell us what are the changes that you have made this season onto the bikes?
Okay, basically this season it was more to improve the consistency of the bike. But for this Sugo round, we have improved the engine performance compared to Malaysia. So we have a new exhaust system for this round, and we are looking very strong lap times, maybe very closer to NSF 250s, maybe the stock NSF 250s. The target lap time, what we are thinking is about 1 minute 38 seconds here. So we think we can achieve this.
Okay, very good. You already answered the next question I wanted to ask you. But yes, another question I wanted to ask you as well is how do you see the bikes faring in this circuit in Sugo?
This circuit is a bit of tight and a lot of change of direction. So we have worked with Olin's team to arrive with good base setup here for good change direction, as well as the temperature in this track is a bit low. So we worked with Dunlop and we have got the tire pressure what has to be put on the bikes. And we are looking for feedback from the riders from the first session. I think it will be really positive and we will keep improving over the weekend.
Right, thank you so much, Mr. Karthik. Right, guys, so we'll move on to Barry. Thank you.
And as you can see on the screen, we have an interruption to this session as the flag marshal, the chief flag marshal, waves the red flag on the finish line. So we will stand by and get some news about what's happening. That could be the reason. I think that is Piawat's bike. He's a really quick rider, Piawat. But perhaps he left some debris on the track. There's certainly a lot of debris in the gravel trap there. So safety is always the prime concern in motorcycle racing. But hopefully they'll be able to clear that up quickly. There is Vorapong Malahuan, the defending champion, the championship leader. He has had a really tight run for his money, though. He picked up 2 wins in round 1, but then got stiff challenges in Sepang from Zakir Mohammed from Ramdan Rosli. and as well as being the champion, he's leading the project in terms of developing the bike and also developing the younger riders that are coming in. So they're going in. I think that's I can't quite see who that is. So as the red flag came out, the situation was Dekitiano Aldi, who's in his second season in the TVS Asia One Make Championship. He's on top with a best lap of 142.386. Ramdan was next best up with a 142.7. So the times were only just starting to come down. We have 13 minutes left in this session. But very interesting to listen to Kartik there, the chief mechanic, talking about a target time of 1:38. That's 3 seconds faster than... and it looks just out on circuit now. It looks like there was a crash. Let's go down to Yelena now.
Right, some of the riders from the TVS One Make race have just pit in now, and I am with Vorapong right here. Now, Vorapong, how do you feel today?
Today is have some the track is very cold, and we are just only starting only 3 laps, and maybe continue very soon here. Have some 2 bike crash, it's a big crash, and have a race track. The condition is difficult condition. I think is with the new tire is now is a slick tire. We is never riding here. It's more. I need to try to step by step to improve for the setting.
Okay. Very good. And what do you think of this circuit personally? Do you think that you've improved a lot?
Yeah. For the first one, I think it's machine improved for sure. But the rider should be is more lap by lap is try to a little bit push step by step.
Do you like Sugo circuit?
Oh, really nice. Really nice weather, nice place. It's uphill, downhill. It's very good national. Yeah.
Okay, good. Can you give us a small message to some of your Thailand followers that are watching?
Thai language, right?
Yes.
ติดตามเชียร์พวกเราด้วยนะครับ TVS Asia One Make แล้วก็มีหลายประเทศเลยมีทั้งไทยมีทั้งอินโดมีทั้งมาเลมีทั้งสิงคโปร์มีเยอะมากอินเดียด้วยนะครับก็ TVS Machine จากอินเดียครับแล้วก็ติดตามเชียร์พวกเราสนุกแน่นอนวันนี้ไวการ์ดมีทั้งโอโน่ด้วยเอาเรื่องเลยครับสนุกแน่นอนครับเจอกันเสาร์อาทิตย์นี้ครับ
Okay, thank you so much and good luck. Let's look for the next rider for the TVS One Make Championship to interview and find out what's up in the crash that just happened. Don't go anywhere.
And interesting interview as we might expect from Vorapong Malahuan there. The key word that he said in Thai was this word sanuk, which means it's fun. So he really loves this circuit. It's often described by riders and commentators as a real rider's circuit, in quotes. And Vorapong is a real rider who loves the challenging circuits, challenging conditions. And you could also see the other aspect of him, which is this analytical aspect of him describing how he needed to adapt on this circuit to running on slicks. We're just looking there at Muzakia Mohammed, who has really come through in this series. He took a win and a second at Sepang a month or so ago. The 15th, number 15 Mashir is Chiran Vishwanath. So one of the Indian riders here alongside Deepak Ravikumar, KY Ahmed and the veteran Jagan Kumar. So I think we've got another rider to talk to. So let's go back to Yelena.
All right, I have Arshad Rushdi with me right here, the only Singaporean representative in the TVS One Make Championship. Do you feel any pressure?
Sort of. the whole country's pressure is on me, I guess. But just enjoy the ride. always trying to enjoy the ride and always trying to get the best result possible.
What are the challenges that you face as a racer?
Challenges, especially for me, my size. That's my number one challenge for me. Compared to the rest of the guys here, they are really small and lightweight compared to my weight, which is quite heavy. So there's always a lot of hard work in between races. But yeah, I would say that's the number one challenge.
And last one, what keeps you motivated?
What keeps me motivated is my family, my parents, their hard work to bring me here and yeah, I want to make them happy and with the results every weekend. And yeah, that's my number one motivation, I would say.
Very good. I really hope that you reach all of your goals this season.
Thank you.
All right, guys, that's it with Arshad Rushdi. Back to Barry in the studio right now.
Another revealing interview there, I think, with Arshad Rushdi, who spoke about the support of his family. His family are always present in the paddock. They're very supportive. They've quickly become part of the community in this paddock. And as well as his mother and father, he was married late last year, and his wife is usually in attendance as well. So it just lifts the atmosphere in the paddock to have people like Arshad Rushdi, especially from a country where motorcycle racing isn't so big. And how could it be in Singapore? Singapore being so small. But there we see the riders waiting. We expecting the pit lane to open in about 2 minutes from now. So the riders getting ready to go. And looking back at that footage before we went to the interview with Warapong, there were 2 bikes down. So it looks like it was a crash between Piawat and one of the other riders. Just noting here that no time has been recorded by Fugo Tanaka and Taiyo Saito. Warapong, the number one, the leader of the pack in every sense, ready to go. Just a nice close-up there of that beautiful front suspension setup. Olin suspension, Brembo brakes, and of course Dunlop slick tyres. And that's the model of the bike, the Apache RR310. So there's 13 minutes left on the clock, 13 minutes and 10 seconds. Pit lane is about to open. Warapong goes out. Ready for the marshal to move aside. And here they will go out. Brought, particularly this season, it's brought some wonderful racing into the Asia Road Racing Championship, which you'll see more of. We had a fantastic race this year, particularly between Warapong and Hiroki Ono, who we've only seen briefly, Hiroki Ono, but he really was the rider to beat last year, and Warapong did screw up everything he had and managed to beat him in race 2 through a clever move on the chicane. Same podium for both races, but different orders for Ono and Warapong. Ono won the first race, then they reversed in the second race, and in third place in both races was Fugo Tanaka. Fugo Tanaka, no time recorded yet. So hopefully we'll see him out there. Number 10 bike going through there is Ramdan Rosley. Number 14 machine belongs to Darren Pod Tongyoi, the Thai rider. And there goes, I think that was the number 3, Fugo Tanaka. So I think Fugo Tanaka is out on track now. The number 17 bike belongs to Miyu Nakahara. familiar face in this championship. She was a regular rider in 250s for one season and has been a frequent wildcard in this series. She was a regular rider. She's a wildcard now. She's also wildcarded in 250s and in underbones. So great to have her back in this championship. Regular competitor in the 250 class in All Japan as well. So here they come to complete the outlap. First rider through is Hiroki Ono. And behind him, the number 2 machine belongs to Deki Tiano Aldi. That he was first in the brief opening part of this free practice 1. And there goes Ramdan Rosley, the number 10. Ramdan Rosley, I'm not sure of his experience here at Sugo. But there goes the number 11 bike of Muzakir Mohammed. Chased by Ramdan Rosley on the number 10. Behind them, Deki Tiano, and in the foreground, number 16 is Hiroki Ono. So the guys behind him are going to be looking for clues as to how to get around the Sugo International Circuit quickly. Best lap so far is with Ramdan Rosley, 142.774. That's 0.8 of a second slower than Hiroki's fastest qualifying lap last year. But as we heard, they're not only running on slick tyres, they are also got a new exhaust system, so a bit more power. So with 9 minutes remaining, let's see what we can learn about the improvements that have been made to these TVS Apache RR310s. Big single-cylinder engines. It's a BMW single-cylinder engine. The power and the delivery of the power is tamed and controlled by ECU from A-Racer that supplies many, if not most, of the bikes you'll see across all classes here at the Asia Road Racing Championship. Because early, when they were making their first couple of races, we saw quite a lot of rear wheel lockups under braking, but the magic of A-Racer has brought that under control, and these bikes are much more rideable now and much faster. Hiroki Ono just off the best time. It's currently held by Deki, but over the next, well, for the remainder of this session, 8 minutes, expect to see the times come down a little bit. Best time for Vorapong is 1:43.3. So I don't think there are, if you look at the timing screen now, there aren't too many clues, although Hiroki Ono might supply one when he comes across the line in a few seconds' time. There he goes, up over the brow of the hill. And so fastest ever lap round here by a TVS Asia one make machine, the Apache RR310, 140.481, which is a full 1.5 seconds faster than Hiroki Ono's own pole setting time from last year. So it's very much the time to beat, and Hiroki is very much the rider to beat in this class this weekend. So he's 1.9 seconds clear now of Deki Tiano, though Deki will have an answer, as will Ramdan Rosley, Vorapong Malahuan, Muzakir Mohammed, Arshad Rushdi. We was speaking to a few minutes ago. He's on a best lap of 1:44.787. As we look there at Deki and Arshad. Number 2 and the number 5 machine. Most impressive performance from Arshad Rushdi so far in this class. This is his second season. Has been pole position that he got at Buriram in the last round of 2022. So here comes Deki through the chicane. Good season for him last year. Now let's see if these lap times tighten up a bit at the top as these riders complete their laps, and indeed they do. Deki improves to 1:40.7, Ram down to 1:41.2, Muzakia to 1:42, and Arshad to 1:42.3. So as expected, still 2 seconds off that bold target time of 1:38 that the TVS chief mechanic was anticipating. Deki's really pushing now, look at him go. And Arshad also trying to get past another rider. The number 17 machine there belongs to Miyu Nakahara. Miyu currently on a best lap of 1:44.717. As we look at the number 6 machine, and that's Jagan Kumar, the experienced Indian rider, second season in this series. I beg your pardon. Best time 1:45.287. So he should be looking for an improvement, as will pretty much all of them. There's 4 minutes left on the clock, so at least 2 flying laps available, depending on where you are on the circuit right now. There you go, stay with Jagan Kumar. He put in a good first sector, or his best first sector. I think he's got Ramban Rosley just behind him. Let's see how they launch towards the line. There goes Jagan Kumar. Will be an improvement. Yep, 1:45, so he lifts himself up. Time-wise anyway, still in P9. But he's giving it a good go now. Indian, he had injury problems. He came back last year. His best result this season has been 5th place in round 1, race 2. And there is Ramdan Rosley in the pit, so that will be his session done, because there is less than 3 minutes remaining before the checkered flag comes out. Best time 1:42.685. He'll be taking what he's learned from this session and bringing it forward into this afternoon's. These will be back on track in 3 or 4 hours from now at 10 to 3 local time here in Japan. So Jagan Kumar coming up to complete another lap. Let's look for an improvement from him. We could expect one. He had a decent first sector. So the timing comes down. Yeah, he's into the 1:44s, convincingly so. 1:44.342. Which puts him indeed still in 9th place, but everybody is improving. In fact, the timing screen hasn't adjusted the position yet, I don't think. Yes, it has. Yeah, so he's still in P9. Rocky Ono sits on top with a 1:40.8. Sorry, 139.1. Deki is on a 139.7. So 1.3 seconds behind. So convincing in this short and interrupted session, but a convincing ride from Hiroki Ono as we look there at Miyu Nakahara on the number 17 machine. Nice helmet design, I have to say. And all the bikes are the same. That kind of thing helps a lot. And perhaps the hair fluttering the breeze as well helps a little as well. But she's on a best lap of 1:44. And exiting the chicane. She'll get another flying lap in after this, as she launches up the hill. Any improvement for her? Yes. Yeah, she improved by 0.2 that time around. So good session for Miyu Nakahara. Jagan Kumar just improved. He's now in the 1:43, so he bumped Miyu down into P9. And there is Deki Tiano Aldi. Deki's still in P2. Half a second behind Hiroki Ono, so some really good work from Deki in that session. Checkered flag's out now, so that's his FP1 done and dusted. Ramdan Rosley, we know, is already in the pits. Borapong is in P4 with the best time of 1:41.6. So one rider into the 1:39s, a rider that knows this circuit extremely well, now 30 years old, Hiroki Ono, with a 1:39.1. Miyu Nakahara, this is her, obviously her last lap of the session. Riding alone, but she knows her way around this well from the All Japan Championship. She's been looking forward to this home round as well, so we could see a really decent performance, perhaps the season's best from Miyu this time around. And here she comes to complete her lap. And she leapfrogs over Jagan Kumar once again. So that puts her in 8th for this free practice 1 session for the TVS Asia 1 make. And that is the first round. We've seen all 5 classes out on track. So we're going to rinse and repeat after this session slows down, which means comes into the pits, which means that we'll begin again with the AP 250s. Let's take a look at the results though. Fastest Hiroki Ono, 1:38.545. Deki Tiano Aldi, second, 1:39.6. Third, Ramdan Rosley. Fourth, Borapong. Fifth, Muzakia. Sixth, Arshad Rashdi, 1:42.348. Kewi Ahmed, the best of the Indian riders, 1:42.551. Miyu Nakahara on a 1:43.466 in P8. P9 goes to Jagan Kumar in this session. Darren Pob Tongyoi is in P10. Piawat, who only had a few minutes before being involved in that crash. Hopefully he's all right on 1:47.095. Fugo Tanaka, who might have been the other rider involved in 12th. 13th, Chiran Vishwanat. 14th, Kuwinines Chang. And no time for Teo Sato. So an issue for him, clearly, but we expect to see him back. He's one of the promising up-and-coming riders here. So as we look out over the mountains of Miyagi, we will be taking a short break. We're going to take a short break, and then when we come back, we'll come back with the Asia Production AP 250s for their second free practice session of the day.
Right, all of the riders of the TVS One Make Race Championship have just pit in, and I'm with Hiroki Ono at this moment. So Hiroki, how do you feel about the new setup?
So compared to last year, different tire condition. So last year stock tire, this year used slick tire. So first impression, so not so bad. Good feeling, also good confidence. So maybe next session lap time coming more.
I see. What do you think of the conditions of the track today?
But sometime coming rain, but asphalt still dry condition, so no problem.
Right, okay, thank you so much. All right, guys, that's it for today. So we're going to wrap up and have a quick break and stay tuned. Okay, and we'll stay tuned for the race. Oh, stay tuned for the practice sessions later in the day.
Thank you for staying with us. You are live with the IDEMITSU FIM Asia Road Racing Championship, and we begin the second set of free practice sessions today with, as we began it, with the AP250s. So riders coming round ever so gently there on their outlap, led by Mulkadar Sarapech. And I think there is some rain on the track, so the weather is having a say. It said it was going to be cloudy, but probably no rain today. But you can see the rain on the camera, and against the green of the lush trees of Miyagi, you can see it is actually raining quite hard. So that's why the slippery track and the rain flags were out. So one outlap and back into the pits for the number 44 there, who led them out, Mulkadar Sarapech, who was the quickest rider out this morning. And her teammate Jakrapat Padisan. That's Chihiro Ishii on the 27 machine there, taking it nice and easy. This season those bikes are on slick, so there's no cut in the tyre at all to dispel the water. They are pretty sticky, however, but anyway, better to take it easy, come in and get some rain tyres, assuming that this rain is going to persist. So Chihiro comes into the pits. She looked pretty good in the first session this morning. So in she comes. And let's just see whether the mechanics are going to wait. I can't really judge the sky from where I'm sitting. Or whether mechanics start ripping off those slicks and putting on wet tyres. That's Irfan Ardiansio, second quickest this morning. So we've literally got into the start of this session and tyre warmers are on. So let's just watch. There is SDG, without a doubt, one of the smartest teams in the paddock, so a good one to judge whether this rain is going to persist or whether it's going to take a break. That rear slick of Irfan's looking quite shiny with the rain. We've got the smallest crack in the window to look out of, and the sky doesn't actually look too bad. Meanwhile, in the Astra Honda team, another very, very canny team. The wet tyres are going on championship leader Reza Danica Aren's machine. Now, we did see a wet race for AP250s. It was the only full-length wet race last year when we were here in August. And it was absolute chaos because most riders thought the weather was drying up, and then a few of the local wildcards figured that it was going to keep raining, and they were right. And so we had an incredible race. It was really nervous to watch the top guys teetering around on the slick tyres, and really entertaining, and to see the wildcards. In the end, we had a winner, a veteran Japanese racer, 50-year-old Tanahide Tanaka. The name comes back to me. Let's just look here. That's Idlan Hakimi out for IDEMITSU Honda. Looks like he's on wets. Now, there's no tyre warmers on here, so I guess those tyres are going to come off. Taking it nice and casual as we stay with Idlam. Rain flags still being waved everywhere. Although I think the thump of the raindrops on the visor probably mean the riders are well aware of it. So looking at lap times here, it would be good to compare these with TVS Asia 1, mate. We'll do that later because the conditions are obviously different now. But Idlan getting some useful track time in here. And even in the wet conditions, not afraid to use the rumble strip, so that suggests it probably is drying up out there. We're looking there at the number 24 machine of one of the wild cards, Yoshihiro Toyohara. Back with Idlan. I think there are only 2 or 3 riders out on track currently. Nitian, the Chinese rider, and Liu Chunmei, beg your pardon. The story of the first session was Mukladar Serapech was convincingly quickest. As Idlan makes his way up the hill to complete another lap. Best lap so far, 1:46. He's going to improve on that by half a second this time around. So he's making good use of the time and looking pretty aggressive on the bike. So you have to guess that the conditions are improving. Let's see if there are any of the flags around. Not at that marshal post. So I think that might just have been a bit of a shower. So we're going to go down to the pits now with Keto Abe, who was really impressive in the first Supersport session this morning. Over to you, Yulina.
So the AP 250 class riders are out right there in the track right now, but we can catch up with the riders that are in the pits. So I'm with Kito Abe right now of the Super Sport 600. So I believe that you have a podium from here last year, right? What are you hoping to get this season?
Yes, this year, Thailand and Malaysia do not podium, and but last month district All Japan Road Race is last one. I get a win, and today different package, but very good feeling. So if come in the lane, but I don't care. I do my best. Thank you.
Okay, good. Thank you. Thank you so much, Keito-san. All right, guys, back to the track. Thank you.
Good interview there. Keito Abe, as well as he's improved very much in this series as a rider during this season. But he's I noticed his English has also improved. I don't think he was speaking any English last time we were here. So big shout out to Keito Abe. Good rider and a clever guy too. So here we are with the wildcard there, the number 24 machine of Yoshihiro Toyohara. And here going out at a steady pace are the Motul Sniper machines of Irfan Ardiancia and Aiki Iyoshi, both of whom are capable of getting onto the podium this weekend and running together. And if you didn't hear it earlier, of course, every time we think about AP250s here, we remember the disappearance, the mysterious disappearance of Aiki Iyoshi as he came out of the chicane, and something happened in the Bermuda Triangle area between the chicane and the finish line, and he ended up on the side with something wrong with the back of his bike. He didn't know what happened, and it remains a mystery to this day. But here he is, tracking Irfan Ardiancia around as they get used to the conditions. It's probably a good shout just to put the tyre warmers on and wait for the rain to stop. The best time so far is held by Idlan Hakimi for Bunsu Honda. That's a 1:43.429. And here they come to cross the line one more time. See if the order changes. Not yet, they're getting used. Oh, Irfan up into P2. Irfan Haikal. So two Bunsu Hondas in the top three. Irfan Haikal being third. Etienne is fourth. So an interesting looking timing screen, but probably not a whole lot there to read into it. And there's a bike off there. It looks like a Honda. I couldn't see whose that was. So there's Muqtada running over the grass and coming into pit lane. So perhaps an issue for her. And indeed she has. The chain's off. So there's something about, we saw that happen to Aslan Shah in the ASB 1000 class last year when he lost a chain on that drag up the hill. So it must put tremendous strain on the chain. But unlike for Aslan Shah, there was no pain involved for Muqtada. So Irfan and Aiki come through to complete another lap. Irfan currently in P2. Best lap 1:46. I suspect he's going to come in a lot quicker than that this time around, and indeed he does. 144.4, and Aiki Yoshi 144.5. So those two now are in second and third. But the young and promising Idlan Hakimi, good to see him retaining a slot at the top. He's got an advantage of almost 1 second at the moment. We go back there for a moment with Yoshihiro Toyohara. And we've got Geri Salim with Yulina in pit lane, so let's go to her.
From the Indonesia's Astra Honda racing team. So Jerry Salim, we saw that you took it easy today. Are you happy with that?
Yes, I'm happy today. We in the FP1 normally the temperature was rain, but in the FP1 we have a dry condition, and then also I don't know. Now coming a little bit change the condition, but I hope so still in the dry condition because I need to prepare for the race week because I don't know in the Saturday or Sunday will be rain or dry, but I need to prepare more.
Right. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you so much, Jerry. All right, back to you in the studio, Barry.
Yep, rain or shine, you have to stay on it, as we heard from Geri Salim, and as we heard also from Keito Abe earlier. So the riders know the weather can be changeable here, and they're ready for it, as you might expect from riders of the caliber of Geri Salim and Keito Abe. So Aiki Yoshi now at the top of the timing screen, ahead of Irfan Haikal and Idlan Hakimi, who are now in P2 and 3. Jakrapat has just moved up. Jakrapat Pudisan has just moved up into 6th. And in case you're wondering where Muqtada Sarapech is, who convincingly led this morning's session, she's in the pits. She had a chain come off on the drag up to the finish line several minutes ago, so hopefully she'll be back out before the end of the session. But there is Toshiki Senda for the SDG Hark Pro team. They're running 2 bikes in the AP250 class, the other one belonging to regular rider Chihiro Ishii. But good to see Sendai out here as well, and he's following Wachirin Tuptimon, the number 25 on the East NJT Honda. And so there it is, Honda for Honda. SDG versus East NJT. And Toshiki later on the brakes and takes the advantage there from Wachirin, who has been here before in AP250s, but hasn't certainly got as many miles in here as the rider he's chasing, Toshiki. All looks dry out there at the moment. Looking for damp patches, but can't really see any. So Toshiki Senda, let's see what he does this time around. Toshiki is in the gap on the timing screen, so I can't see what his sector times were, but here he comes. Let's see what happens now. Across the line, 143.3, and that does elevate him. It elevates him to 3rd, pushes Idlan Hakimi down into 4th. And behind them are the 2 Thai Hondas of Thanapat and Jakrapat. Yoshihiro Toyohara is next best in 8th. 9th, Cal Vietnam. He's having a decent session. And Chihiro Ishii is in P10. Best time so far, 142.348. Although do keep in mind that we had an interruption to the session. Jumping over the curb there, Razor Danica RNs. He looks relaxed and tidy on the bike, but you can see what he actually does to the machine which was revealed then as the bike left the ground briefly as he jumped over the curb. You can see just how hard he's riding. So the championship leader, Reza Danica, currently in 5th with the best time of 1:43.751. Looking at the sector times, he's on a pretty good lap. And so is Irfan Ardiansya. Irfan just 12 hundredths of a second, I'm sorry, off the best time of the leader at the moment, Aiki Iyoshi. I missed him going to the top of the timesheet. So best time, 1:41.908. As you'd expect, the time's tumbling now. Still looks a little bit shiny, that rear tyre of Reza Danica. Let's see what he does this time around. So he 1:41.938, so big improvement for him. And that moves him up into second on the timing screens. Just 29 hundredths of a second behind Aiki Iyoshi. With 7.5 minutes remaining of this second free practice session for the AP250s. The early good showings from Idlan Hakimi. He's still in 5th. Best lap of 1:43.1. And looking for some notable absentees now in the shape of the Astra Honda riders. We should see them coming up soon. There is Reza, just there chasing Ni Tian, who looks good on that bike. Expect to see some big improvements from him. Reza having a look around the outside, and he swoops through. It'd be a good idea for Ni Tian to chase him. So we're hoping to have a word with the sensational fastest rider from the ASB 1000 first session this morning, Andy Farid Izdihar. So we'll let you know when we can go down and talk to him. And I think Yulina is ready with Andy Farid Izdihar now. So here we go.
Thank you for still staying with us. At the moment, I am with Andy Farid of the Honda Asia Dream Racing. He's raced the ASB 1000 this year. Now, last year, Andy Farid, you were on the 600, right? And you were the champion in that, I believe. So I believe that you had to make the move or the shift from the 600 to the 1000. Can you tell us about that?
Yes, last year was a good year for me. I achieved the overall champion 600, and I had the opportunity to step up in 1000. This is already the third round of ARRC, and from the first round in Buriram, I already good adaptation on the bike. I can fight for the podium, but yeah. Still cannot manage to get the podium in the first round, and the second round also still the same story. And then yeah, we arrive here in the round 3, and after FP1 I feel good on the bike, and I think my feeling so far on the 1000 bike is coming better, and then every time I go on the bike, I feel have improved, and this is good for me.
Okay, thank you so much, Andy, and good luck for today. Okay, guys, stay tuned with us. Don't go anywhere.
Good question and good answer there from Andy Farid, who's always worth listening to. We look forward to seeing whether he can maintain his advantage. And we saw some changes at the top of the timing screens during that interview. We did see Toshiki Senda jump to the top, but now the fastest lap has been done by Aiki Iyoshi. It's the fastest ever lap round him here of 1:40.922. We would have expected that because they are running on slicks this year, but nevertheless at this stage in the day, it's a really good performance, especially with mixed track conditions that we've seen. So great ride here from Aiki Iyoshi. He's just behind his teammate as they go through the chicane. but we have another fastest ever lap set around here during free practice by Aiki Iyoshi in the AP 250s. That follows the fastest ever lap in underbones that we saw earlier on. There he goes, just going past Irfan into turn 1. It's a good shot of turn 1. It's such a long turn and it's downhill, and then they get into this complex. It's a really physical part of the circuit here. Mukladar has come up into second place while we've been talking, so she's got a chain back on and has done impressively well to come back with a lap that's just 0.4 of a second off Aiki Iyoshi's. So also faster than the previous best session. So best lap 140.695 for Aiki Iyoshi, best ever lap for the AP 250 class. He's in some company at the moment, but he's leading those around. Look behind him and looking at the sector times. He isn't going to improve this time around, but Muktada, after her forced break with the chain coming off, has leapt back up into contention with a 141.129. Getting twitchy there, and the rain is coming down again. Look at it on the screen, look at it on the track, look at the bikes twitching. So we are experiencing changeable weather. So in this 30-minute session, or only 28 minutes completed, we've seen dry, wet, and then dry, and then wet again now. And that'll do for these guys, because they're not going to learn anything else by staying out on a wet track in slicks. So that's it. Just before the rain began again, we saw the fastest ever lap round here on an AP 250 machine for Aiki Iyoshi. Congratulations to him, and also to Muktada, who missed a lot of that session but came back with another really good time, better than the previous lap ever. But the moment belongs to Aiki Iyoshi. His teammate Irfan Ardianshah was third in this session, and here we just see, I beg your pardon, we just see Toshiki Senda, who did lead the timing screens at one point, but he's going to come through and complete a lap. It looks as though it's not. Is it raining everywhere? I'm not sure. Yeah, it's raining because he's not leaning off the bike quite so aggressively, so he'll just want to complete this lap, I guess, and come in. So good ride from Toshiki Senda, good ride from his teammate too, Chihiro Ishii. She clocked the best time of 143.5. So an impressive ride, and by far the best ride we've seen from Chihiro. Just looking at the bike manufacturers, best Yamaha belongs, not for the first time, to Ferozi Torakatula in P10. I haven't mentioned much about Reza Danica, except when we saw him pushing so hard earlier in the session, but he ended up fourth on a 141.6. His teammates, interestingly enough, were rather further down. But we'll need to read those off when we see the confirmed results. The timing screen's still moving around a little bit. But Herjan Atna and Fida Egger, remains to see what their times were. Slippery track flag, white with a red cross showing. Not that Sendai really needed that. So that is that session completed. Checkered flags out, and all the riders are back in just a couple of minutes earlier probably than they would have been if we hadn't had that shower. Sky above us looks reasonably bright, so I think we can be optimistic about the weather for this afternoon. Let's take a look at the official results. Aiki Iyoshi with the fastest ever lap, 140.695. Second, Mukladar, who topped the timing screens in FP1. She was second this time out. Irfan Ardiansha was third. Fourth, Reza Danica Arens. Fifth, Toshiki Senda. Sixth, Tanat Long Piao. Seventh, Chihiro Ishii. Good session for her. Idlan Hakimi, who led the session for a while, finished in P8 with a 143.429. And in ninth was Wacharin Tuptimon. 10th, Rosie Torokatula. 11th, Wayu Nugroho. 12th, Jakrupat Putisan. 13th, Irfan Haikal. 14th, Kevin Quintal. And 5th, Warit Tong Nopakun for East NJT Racing Team. And 16th, Yoshihiro Toyohara with a 145.7. Cal Vietnam down in 17th. Nitian for Victor Racing, 146.9 in 18th. 19th, Nguyen Duc Tang. 20th, Liu Chun Mei. 21st, Leong Nan Tse. And 22nd, Li Ruiyun, coming back from injury. And there were no times recorded for two of the Astra Honda riders, Vida Ega Pratama and Herjan Atna Firdaus. And that completes the AP 250 session. We're hoping the rain will go away and come again another day, perhaps after Sunday. But we will be back in just a few moments after a short break, and we will be back with the Supersport 600s. Plenty to look at, plenty to talk about in there. You're with the IDEMITSU FIM Asia Road Racing Championship.
All right, guys, we are here with Aiki Iyoshi this time, and he's clocked the fastest lap record at 146.95. 今日の天気はどうですか?
Very difficult condition. So practice one, no good time, but practice two is good pace up and good machine. So I think maybe more pace up practice three.
Right. Okay. Can you comment on your fastest lap, because I know you've been a little bit inconsistent this season.
This season?
Yes.
This season?
You've been.
Win? Huh?
Can you comment on your lap record today?
Today?
Yes.
Today, practice 3. So it's more pace up. I target time is so 1.39 or 38. Yes, I'll do my best.
Okay, thank you for trying your best. Thank you so much. Right, guys, there we have it for today. Let's look at what's next. Okay, up next, the Supersport 600. Thank you for watching. Back to you in the studio, Barry.
Welcome back to Sugo. You're live with us at the first day of round 3 for the IDEMITSU FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. The bikes you are looking at on track, and that high rev wailing you can hear is from the Supersport 600s. This is their second free practice session of the day, as the riders go around now, as you can see on their outlap. We've had some interesting weather. If you're just joining us, the weather's been a little bit interesting today. We had a sprinkle of rain in the AP250 session just now that interrupted matters, but then dried out. It's not raining currently, but the air does feel kind of damp and misty, as you perhaps could expect in the mountains of Miyagi in the northeast of Japan, especially at this time of year. However, here we are, conditions are dry, and we're looking on track there at Kito Abe and the number 15 machine, which is Panasonic Kauson T for Thai Racing Honda. Kito Abe, impressive this morning. He led the session for most of the time until Karel Idampawi did what he has been doing all season and put in a killer lap towards the end to top the timesheets. Panasonic, not such a distinguished first session from him. He was 12th with the best time of 1:32.492. In terms of the competitors here today, these two riders did feature in 2022 when we came here in August, but a lot of the riders have changed. But the fastest lap last year was set by wildcard Kota Arakawa, who we'll be seeing later in ASB 1000s. He set a 1:30.618, so that gives you a little marker of what we're looking at now. So the track conditions are not perfect. It's cool. It will be damp in places. Can't really see it on the monitor here, but almost certainly it will be damp in places. But Kito Abe and Panasonic Kauson T getting on with the job early in this 30-minute free practice 2 session for Supersport 600s. And Kito Abe is the fastest rider around here so far, 1:32.501. So 2 seconds off the pole position time set last year by Kota Arakawa, as I mentioned. Sho Nishimura currently sitting in 4th place, and Kengo Nagao in 3rd. So it's an all-Japanese top 4, Kito Abe, Motoharu Ito, Kengo Nagao and Sho Nishima. But now that has been broken up by Nakarin Atirapuvapat, who's jumped up into P3 with a best lap of 1:33.9 for Nakarin. He had a crash and is a little bit stiff from it, but now he's on the bike. I'm sure he'll be all right. The 222 there is the Victor Racing machine of Sha Jun Tong. Just went through the chicane there, and that's Kengo Nagao, the wild card, number 55, going through to complete another lap. But it is Kito Abe, who debuted in ARRC here last year in round 3. There is Kengo. And the Yuto Date, Galanghendra Pratama shout for the Yamahas, who seem to have a slight technical disadvantage compared to the Hondas in this class these days. Galanghendra is up into P3 with a 1:32.6. So decent from him. Kito Abe is still pushing on. Sector 1 fastest time, Sector 2 fastest time. So perhaps Kito Abe is about to extend his advantage. currently on a 1:31.212. So that 31.212 does extend his advantage. 2.6 of a second over. Here's a man coming through, Karel Idampawi, who is up into P2 now, and behind him his teammate Helmi Asman. 3 riders, of course, 3 brilliant riders in the IDEMITSU Honda team: Karel Idampawi, Helmi Asman and Azroy Anouar. Azroy was down the order a little this morning and is down in 8th at the moment. Galanghendra just completed another lap, another quick one, 1:31.536 to move up into P2. 1:30.869 is the best lap for Kito Abe, meanwhile, at the top. And that's just about 0.2 of a second outside the best ever lap around here. So there they are running together. The 3 musketeers of IDEMITSU Honda: Helmi Asman, Azroy Anouar and Karel Idampawi. That's Pawi, the number 89, coming alongside Helmi Asman, number 89. And I think that was Azroy that ran wide as they went into that turn. Yes, it was, because there's Karel Idampawi, and there is Helmi Asman behind him. So let's just watch these sector times for Karel Idampawi, because I do suspect he's going to place himself back on top of the timesheets after here, but let's see what he does in sector 1. A little quiet, actually. But Keito Abe, 1:31.212 at the top. Kip's pushing, but he hasn't made any gains through the sectors yet. Best lap 1:30.9. Galanghendra showing well. We always expect and will him to do well on the Yamaha Indonesia R6, and he is performing well this time. 1:32.6 to put him currently in P3, just ahead of Helmi Asman. There is a little spray coming off those tyres. So another lap completed for Karel Idampawi to put him at the top. Best lap 1:30.7, and just keeping an eye on the previous fastest lap. He's within 1/10 of that now. Keito Abe now pushed into second ahead of Motoharu Ito. Galanghendra now in 4th ahead of Helmi Asman and Shota Ite. Soichiro Minamoto just completed a lap and moved himself up into P3. 0.6 of a second slower than Kip at the top, but a very decent lap for Soichiro. Yuta Date has just moved up into 5th. As we stay there with the man to beat. He was the man to beat in Buriram, he was the man to beat in Sepang for round 2, and he's certainly looking like the man to beat again here in Japan at Sugo. Dakarinda Tirapumapat knocked himself about a little bit in the previous session. We saw his bike stuck upside down in the air fence. He's a little bit stiff across his shoulders and neck, he told me when I ran into him a little earlier. But now Karel Idampawi is chasing the 2018 Supersport 600 Championship and passing him. That's Ratapong Willarot on the Thai Yamaha. And there is Soichiro Minamoto, number 22 for Yamaha Gen Blue Racing. And here he goes. He stops the clock this time a second off the best time of Karol Idampawi. But he's pushing, there's plenty of time left. 18 minutes remaining in the second free practice session for Supersport 600s. And there'll be another one later. And as we've seen, conditions are a little bit changeable here. Air temperature 20 degrees. Which feels kind of nice after the heat that we experienced in Buriram and at Sepang. But that comes with a little rain as well. So these riders are doing incredibly well to get as close as they are to the best ever time around here. Good shots of Soichiro Minamoto. We knew him as a really fast wild card in ARRC, and this season it's fantastic to have him as a regular rider, putting himself among the leaders. This morning, Minamoto's best time was 31.817. So he's improved on that, as you see the onboard camera as he blasts his way up the hill, over to the left of the circuit, as he breaks downhill into this long turn one. And foot off, something, I didn't see him, something slipped then. We didn't see the bike get out of shape, but something was not right. Let's see if he gets back on it, which he seems to be, but no, he's not. No, something is amiss with that R6. And he's not hanging around, but he's not really pushing either. So perhaps a little attention needed to that Yamaha of Soichiro Minamoto. Back here with the two IDEMITSU Hondas of Karol Idampawi and Helmi Asman. Hand up, and in they go to the pits for a half-time break. Their teammate Azroy Anwar is in P6 currently. Helmi is in P8. Other riders looking good at the moment. It looks like Sho Nishimura, one of the wild cards, is on a decent lap. That's Kengo Nagao, another rider, the wild card rider. He's not getting the best line through there, so he's going to come into the pits. So the racetrack goes quiet and the pits get busy as we reach the halfway point here. But there's Kito Abe keeping himself busy. And the number, I think that was Shota 17, yeah, Shota Ite. I wasn't sure whether that was a 1 or a 7. But yeah, that is Shota Ite, who's chasing Kito Abe there. Shota, that's a decent pace for him. Best lap 131.7. So that would be a good race pace. Sho Nishimura has moved up into P3 thanks to a 131.262. They were back there with Kito Abe looking menacing. He's only 1,558 of a second, 0.158 behind Karol Idampawi, and he'd really like to get on top. His debut was last August for ARRC, as we mentioned earlier, and he has developed as a rider, and his confidence was notable in the interview with Yelena. He kind of shrugged off, well, if it rains, it rains, if it's dry, it's dry. And he did it in pretty good English too. So a really nice selection there by OneXOX TKKR when they picked him up mid-season last year. Here he goes across the line again. It's not a quick one that time. Almost elbow down as he goes through turn 1. So majority of riders in the pits, Abe and Ishimura, are out there at the moment. Shota Ite is out there too. Galaghendra is also out, though he's slipped out of the top 10 now. So Shota Ite, number 17, ahead of Kito Abe. You can see how hard Abe's pushing that. Almost tucking the front and just keeping it up. Aggressive style from Kito Abe. He got himself a P3 in race 2 last time out. And he's been looking a lot more consistent this season. That was his only podium of the season last year. But this year he's looking better. He's currently 5th in the championship, having got 2 P4s in round 1 and a P7 and a P5 in round 2 at Sepang, but getting himself much closer to the leaders. And yeah, he's using the revs to steer the bike into the corner. Nice control by Kito Abe. And he is a little quicker than Shota Ite, looking faster in the corners, but I think that Ite has probably held him up, and there you go. Almost tucking the front again, under braking into the chicane. Really nice riding by Kito Abe, who looks like he's in need of a helmet sponsor. So we're going to go to the pits now, where Yelena is ready to talk with Markus Reiterberger.
Everybody, thanks for still tuning in. The Super Sport 600s are out there right now with 10 minutes left on the clock during the FP2s, and I'm here with Markus Reiterberger, who nabbed P1 twice in the Sepang round 2 of the IDEMITSU Asia Road Racing Championship. So Markus, you're a very experienced pilot, and I was just curious, have you had any experience in Sugo at all?
Yes, that's true. First time for me here in Sugo, but I watch a lot of onboard videos. And I tried to follow today my teammate Aslan a few laps, but I think that the track is not so difficult. For me it was easy to learn, and I already can do 29s in lap times, and I find out where I can improve and where we should improve, and we change something now on the bike, test the new tires, and then we will see how we can improve.
Right, despite the very tough and unpredictable weather conditions, you still manage a 129.130, which is really good. We were just wondering, do the unpredictable weather conditions then prove it to be difficult for you to change the setup or to find a good setup for yourself?
Yes, for sure. For me, first, the track is new. I have to learn it session by session more and more. And for sure, if it's raining, I never ride in the rain with this kind of tires, especially never here. So this will be challenging for me as well. But I think I have a good team. We are good prepared, and I can only do my maximum.
All right, thank you, Markus. Good luck. Okay, let's run over to Kito Abe's pit right now and have a look at how he's doing.
And Kito Abe's team is a good place to run to because he has put himself at the top of the timing screen, and with the fastest ever lap around this Sugo circuit. The previous best was 1:30.618. Well, Kito Abe has done the fastest ever lap round here for ARRC with 1:30.568. He's taking a well-deserved break now with almost 8 minutes left on the clock. But that's the fastest lap we've seen on a Supersport 600 around Sugo to Kito Abe at his home track. In doing so, he pushed Karo Lidenpawi down into P2. Sho Nishimura, still impressive. He's on a best lap of 131.2. And fourth, Soichiro Minimoto, fifth, Motohiro Ito, and sixth, Azroy Hakim Anwar. And looking elsewhere on the order, Helmi Asman is in P10. Riding there with Gary Salim, whom we spoke with earlier. He's got riding with him Adananta Putra, his teammate. Adananta was in 250s last year, and indeed won race 2 here. So Adananta knows his way around as he just tries to nip up the inside of his teammate, but no need at this point in proceedings in FP2 on day 1 of 3 for round 3 of the IDEMITSU FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. So, of course, going around on a 600 is very different to 250. But Adananta clearly likes this circuit, and as soon as he's got that machine properly hooked up, he'll be literally off to the races. Let's just check his time from this morning. Adananta this morning was 1:34.066. So, what have we got so far today? He's actually in the... here he is. He's come back on the timing screens now. 1:32.818. So, big improvement from him. There is Azroy. Azroy coming in P7, 0.9 of a second off the best time of Kito Abe. But we know what Azroy is capable of, especially on race days. He could do with a little run of luck, actually, Azroy. Last season was messed up when he had COVID, and that took him out of round 1 of 2022. And he had a couple of DNFs as well this year, including a crash last time out, a very uncharacteristic crash for Azroy. So he'll be looking for really good results here at Sugo. So some improvements to make, and looking at the comparison here, we've got 1 second covering the top 10. Kito Abe at the top and Helmi Asman in P10. As we get a beautiful close-up shot of Azroy. Not sure who that was. He was chasing up the hill, but he comes across to complete another lap. That was Galang Hendra in front of him. Azroy picks himself up into P6. That was his best lap so far, 1:31.486. And as you can see, he's still pushing hard. He might get a little held up, but there is our session leader, Kito Abe, for 1XOX. And of course, let's bear in mind that he's running on a Yamaha, whereas most of his opposition are on Hondas. So Kito Abe on fire. Second in FP1, now leading FP2 with 3.5 minutes left until the checkered flag comes out. Another lap through. So another good lap. Not his best, but really good pace here from Keito Abe, and it bodes well for the race. She seems to be able to put in consistently good laps. Carlin and Powie. See if anybody here is on a quick lap. Shota Ite looking quite good here, currently in P5. Fastest wild card is Sho Nishimura. So Sho Nishimura here. Good performance from him and from Keito Abe. So Keito Abe had his first outing for ARRC in Sugo last year. It's the first time I believe we've seen Nishimura in ARRC, and he's riding with 1XOX TKKR, so two really strong riders. Let's see what he can do this time around. No, this is not a quick lap for him. And that's Nakarin down again. He was knocked around this morning when he came off his bike. And that's FP2 and his second trip into the gravel. He didn't bounce back up. He's sitting there this time. He was already sore at the start of this session around his neck and shoulders. So hopefully Nakarin is going to be okay for this round. Got a couple of riders in a little trouble with race control. Afifan Ran and Galang Hendra being asked to report to race control after this session finishes. There's the impressive Sho Nishimura. Less than a minute remaining now in this session before the flag comes out. Nishimura currently in the final sector. And there goes Ratapong Willerot up inside him, so he's making a move. And that's Panasorn going inside him. And there is the number 17 of Shota Ite, who's had an excellent session too, 131.394. I think that Ite is just about going to cross the line before the checkered flag comes out. Let's take a look. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Is he going to make it? No. or did he? I think that's debatable. But the checkered flag is out. Keito Abe sits at the top of the timing screen with a 130.568. And it looks like Ite is continuing to push. Let's just stay with him for a moment. Currently 6th, and he just squeaked across the line with probably tenths of a second to spare. But he's earned himself the right to another fast lap. Keito Abe also out there. So Karalet and Powie not looking at the sector times, doesn't look as though he is going to better the time of Keito Abe in the session. Once again, that time of Keito Abe is better than anybody has ever recorded around this track on a Supersport 600 in ARRC. So very much a feather in the helmet for Keito Abe in this free practice session 2. So last time across the line for Shota Ite. Decent pace, but nothing to worry the scorers, as we might say. Just in front of him is Motohiro Ito, I think. Ito. There is Kito Abe. Fast rider without a helmet sponsor. So just slowing down. This will be the designated practice start area. Impressive stuff from the young Japanese rider Kito Abe. And we had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 Japanese riders in the top 7. So the wildcards are doing what they're paid to do, or possibly what they're paying to do, which is upsetting the order. Let's take a look at that order, and once again, fastest time ever around Sugo for Kito Abe on Supersport 600. Second, Karol Idampawi, who topped the first session. Sho Nishimura in P3. Fourth, Yuta Date. Fifth, Shota Ite. Sixth, Soichiro Minamoto. Seventh, Motohiro Ito. Eighth, Azroy Hakim Anwar for Bunsu Honda. Ninth, Helmi Asman, his teammate. 10th, Ratapong Willarot for Yamaha Thailand Racing Team. 11th, Kengo Nagao. 12th, Panasonic Kawson T. 13th, Galang Hendra Pratama. 14th, Andy Mohamed Fadli. And 15th, the unfortunate Nakarina Tirapuvapat, who had his second crash of the day in that session. And 16th was Adananta Putra. 17th, Gary Salim. 18th, Afifan Ram. And there goes the session winner, Kito Abe. The lap record holder for now, let's call him. But I think we're going to be seeing a lot more of this rider at the front. It's not only what he did just then, it's just in the general way that he's got a little bit of swagger that he didn't have last year. Yeah, he does look confident. So that brings us to another quick break. But don't go anywhere, because we'll be back with the second free practice session for the ASB 1000 class. Plenty to talk about there. So we're going to take the shortest of breaks, so come back and join us for the ASB 1000s. This is the IDEMITSU FIM Asia Road Racing Championship.
Welcome back, everybody. The group of riders from the Supersport 600 category had just returned from their FP2, and we saw a very stellar performance from Kito Abe right here, surpassing Karol Idampawi in FP1. That was such a really impressive performance from you. Can you tell us about that?
Yeah, this practice is many change the setting, and last year course record, I break the course record, but I'm little bit problem. So next practice, more good time. I get the more good time. Thank you.
Congratulations on your lap record, is already so good. But can you tell us who is your most fierce competition in this class?
Competition.
I mean, who do you think is fast, just like you, that you need to watch out for?
Fast rider?
Yes.
Super keep very fast, and other Japanese rider very fast. Many rival. I'm tired.
Okay, thank you. You did such a great job. All right, back over to you at the studio, Barry.
Many thanks, Yulina, and congratulations once again to Kito Abe for clocking a lap record in this class. We're going to take a very short break while we change the stream, so please join us on the new stream on YouTube and Facebook. We'll be seeing you in 1 or 2 moments.